Look, it is now 1929, and you are definitely watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show live from Vienna.
She must have so smile for his nostalgic tone. Never come and mean what you wanted to say. Only to realize it never really was. She always feels and she rises to her apology. Everybody else wants you to know. Don't you her go?
Okay. Look. Yeah, the walrus is in here. Happy Wednesday night from Vienna, Austria. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show live from the Blackie Fitzpatrick Library Studio, situated in the 10th district, not the 9th, not the 11th. Okay, 10th, 1-0, in the heart of Europe. Oh, the Blue Danube. Makes me want to waltz. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Look. Or not look. No, this is a spontaneous show. Once again, the walrus isn't here, so I'm a tad bit bored. So I thought, you know what? I think I'm going to listen to some music. Maybe have a couple of beers, smoke some cigarettes. I already ate some food. My belly is full. How full is it? Full enough for a skinny guy. People tell me, they say, Blackie, you should eat some more food. I said, that kills my drinking. Clink. Cheers from Vienna. I tell you, it's funny. A lot of people think they're judges, and that much is true. Hey, look, you can judge your own life. That's just about it. Somebody can judge your life, they would be incorrect. Identity, individuals. I played it on my show yesterday. Tomo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Give me a break. Conform to the norms. No. Throw me in jail. No, don't do that. You can't break the law for being yourself. Look, if you want to drive a car like 1,000,000 miles per hour, it's breaking the law. But don't drive too fast. Listen, read the signs on the road. That joke was for all of my friends who get speeding tickets. I haven't had a driver's license since I was 22 years old. It's pretty cool, actually. No, look, I'm not trying to judge anybody who likes to drive cars. Most of my friends drive cars, except for the ones who don't. I tell you, though, in London, when I lived in London, it's like nobody was driving cars. driving a car in London is dumb. Not because of the pollution, which, by the way, is very, very polluted in London. Hi for my friends from London. Oh, I love London. Very polluted. Compared to Boston or Vienna or Florida, it's very polluted. But nobody had a car. Oh, that's not true. John Moss, he had a car. I knew one guy that had a car. And I've had countless acquaintances. That's hard to say. Acquaintances. I don't use that word enough. Becky, practice. Acquaintances. Well, only one guy. No, that's not true. Now I just remember the second one. Two guys out of like 1,000 people that I've met. Everybody, we just take the bus, the subway, the underground. Why not take a train somewhere? London's so polluted when they don't even have electric trains. When you go to the train station, they still have the coal and the smoke and disgusting. But I tell you, I love London. When I first moved there, that was when I first started to drink. Clink! People say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Now, the first time I ever had an alcoholic beverage was actually cider. I like cider. In America, we say hard cider, but over there, they just call it, up left from where I am. Look, over there. They drink hard cider. Cider. Look. And I liked that when I was 22. I thought it was kind of tasty. I never got a buzz from it. Looks like you're supposed to drink it fast or something. If you drink it slow, it's just like sugar. With a nice taste. I remember I was at it was a true story, actually. I put it in my book. JB's going to read this story. My London chapter. A lot of funny jokes about London. Oh, yeah, buy my book. I've been saying this for almost 2 years. I sold one. Thanks, JB. But I was sitting at the bar with some of my new English friends, and they're all like, "I'll take a pint, take a pint." Nobody even said what brand it was, just a pint. I'll take a pint, I'll take a pint. And then it was my turn, and I was like, "Can I get a Sprite?" And my buddy Simon, he says, "Dude, man, Blackie," he says, "you're never gonna pull with a Sprite bottle in your hand." And I'm like, "Huh?" I didn't even know what pull meant. He says, you're not going to impress the girls unless you got a pint glass in your hand. And I was like, I don't like beer. He says, Blackie, nobody likes beer if they never had drinks before. He says, in England, we start with cider. And I'm like, okay. So I got my first cider, and I was like, that's pretty cool, actually. Very tasty. Dry. It's a dry cider, not sweet. It was dry. And I was like, that doesn't taste like alcohol. I think I had 2 of them over like 4 hours. And yes, I pulled. Hi, Pauline, if you're still watching. No, she never watched my show. Find me on the internet, girlfriend. No, she was cool, actually. But I think my buddy Simon was right. If I didn't have a pint glass in my hand, I would not have pulled. Reason why is it turns out that Pauline was a raging alcoholic. Who knew? If you want to pick up girls at the bar, you got to drink. Because they're all drunks. Clink! Cheers from me. This is called my startup, by the way. Now I'm in a good mood, and I don't know why. I'm in a good mood because I stopped watching Fox 10 Phoenix. Oh man, I might feel like I'm going into a circle. I'm like getting, what do they call this? Rigor mortis. No, that's when you're dead. Look, I'm getting vertigo. That's what I think I was looking for. No, that's a Hitchcock movie. No, it is Vertigo. I'm getting dizzy. No, maybe it's the beer. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. Now, this is an open-end show because I have no idea when the walrus comes on. And when she comes on, oh, by the way, my hair is down because it's wet. I just washed my hair. So I don't like to use hair dryers. I don't know. I had a hairdresser. She said, Blackie, don't wash your hair with shampoo. Use soap. And I'm like, huh? She says, Blackie. Don't use a hair dryer. It will screw up your hair. I said, oh, okay. What am I supposed to do? She says, air dry it. So I said, okay. And I've been doing that since I was a teenager, and it looks like uh, I, looks like I don't have a problem with the hair thing. I have other issues, but at which car magazine? Oh, that's right. I don't drive. That's why I can drink. Drink. Now I'm trying to think of my friends here in Vienna who have cars. Actually, more people have cars in Vienna, but in London, it's like literally 99% of the people who went 99.5 have no cars. There's no reason to. Plus, in a city like London, I mean, I lived in Notting Hill. Even in the early days when I was living in Wapping, what I loved about London is it really is like, I don't know, 200 different villages. Kind of like New York City, except a lot bigger. New York City goes up, London goes out. And so I always love it when I could just stay in my neighborhood. I'm like, oh, I don't need to go take a subway. I don't have to take a bus. Just stay in my local neighborhood. Look, it's London. It's like stuff everywhere, like New York City. There's stuff everywhere. I mean, even in Boston, I had to take the bus and stuff. You had to move around. Boston's a little bit different. But when you're in a major, major mega city like London, I mean, even here in Vienna, it's a small city and stuff, but I don't have to really take the subway every day. I like it when I just stay in the 10th district, right next to the Blackie Fitzpatrick Library Studios. I don't need to go that far. I'm all around the world right now, unless nobody's watching me. Once again, this is my startup, and look, I'm looking at a picture of the Doobie Brothers. But I guess I shaved today after my little shower bath bidet. Look, they got some serious beardage going in 1979. It looks like it was a prerequisite to have a beard. It's kind of like the same thing nowadays too. Actually, most guys have like beardage, unless you get gray hair. I'm actually proud to show off my gray facial hair. I like it actually. It's kind of funny. Makes me look over 30. I remember when I turned 30, I was like, oh no, I'm going gray. And the first place it went to was here. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I accept it. I don't care. I really don't care. Second place, when I was turned 40, I got gray here. That's pretty cool. When I turned 50, I went gray. Look, this show is PG-13. In the chat, you guys can talk about whatever you want, but just please do it in PG-13. If you have to swear, do it in a foreign language. Once again, I'm not reading the chat. I'm going to play a song, and then I'll turn the chat on. This is kind of like a real show, actually. I even got the suit jacket on. I'm stopping the pint glass thing for a while. I'm doing a test. Hey, cheers from Vienna. Every time I have a sip, it's like very tiny. It looks like I'm drinking all the time, but I'm not. I'm doing it for the look, okay? Like Will Smith with cigars. Look. No, I did my show yesterday, and I kept on getting YouTube was like on like crazy glue, and they kept on giving me caution flags. It looks like the show still worked. I know I had a small one from the crowd. You guys are great who joined the show yesterday. I know I'm up against big competition. Whoa, check it out. There's so much stuff happening. But boring. The show is not political. I don't vote. The show is not religious. I'm a Christian. The show is also sponsored by Sigmund Freud. My mother, in case somebody wants to call me, I'll put you on the show. She bought me the phone. And the reason why this laptop still works is because the battery's dead or something jived up factory and it overheats and stuff. But Isabella bought the fan. I mean, the walrus. But she's not here. When she comes home, I'm probably going to have to kill it, unless she's in a good mood. Sometimes she likes to be on my show. Sometimes she thinks my show is a tad bit ... And I know a lot of people are thinking, You know what? I can imagine trying to live with Blackie Fitzpatrick. Number one, he's old. Number two, he's intense. But I'm also the king of lo-fi. And if people are into good music in hi-fi, go to some other place. Well, you stay on YouTube, but just type it in yourself. But if you want to hear great music, and sometimes weird music, I mean, I don't care what I'll play anything. I love playing requests, so we'll put the requests in and all that stuff. I'm going to pick a track and to start it off with. And if YouTube wants to give me these yellow caution band flag stuff, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Kill it. If my show does die, please find me on my other channel, which is called Blackie Fitzpatrick. People get confused. They go, hold on a second. I mean, not you guys. They're lurkers. I said, how come we're on the Alec Whittier channel and it's called the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show? None of your business. No, I have two channels that I have to. I always have to have one as a backup in case I'm still in the mood to do a show. And if one gets killed, I go to the other one. And I get a ban, and then I get a ban, and whatever. Then I come up with a third name. But so far, the 2-channel thing works. What else is on my mind? What did I do today? I woke up before noon. Mind blowing. Got to hear the church bells at 12. Oh, I love that. I had my normal 2-hour meditation. That was nice. Isabel went out early. That was nice. I've been eating food. I mentioned that earlier. Oh, yeah, I watched that Bollocks. Whatever. I'm over it. I'm going into the I'm going into the music thing. No, I did actually. I had some recreation as well. What did I do? I watched an episode called "Never Judge a Book by Its Cover," and it was from, yes, of course, it was from All in the Family, 1971. I tell you, that was hilarious. I know I've seen it like 100 times, but don't judge a book by a cover. And you can Google it or whatever, YouTube it if you want to see it. I mean, after my show, but it's really, really funny. It's classic Archie Bunker, and I really, really love that show. Even the shows that like are mediocre, it's still like a B+. This one is an A+. Most of the shows are A+, and it's trust me, it's better than Friends. I'm sorry, I'm talking to people who are 40. Look, I know I'm over 50. It's amazing, actually. All the judgments that I've gotten in my life, I should be dead by now, right? Or working for the government. Cheers from Vienna. I'll try not to get banned for saying something silly. Sometimes I get yellow coffee. I did this as a test. I do a show. I don't even play any music. I don't play Doobie Brothers. Don't play Ben Arson. Don't play anything that I wrote. I just like talk. But if I talk about certain subject matter or somebody in the chat writes something down, I get a yellow caution flag. And it says, your channel is unstable. I'm not an agitator. I sound like one, but I'm not. I'm actually the king of acceptance. I'm not an agitator. Look. I could talk about flowers all day and YouTube would still ban me. Patchouli. Yeah, I can just talk about patchouli flower, right? And patchouli oil. And look. I can talk about pixie dust and get in trouble. I can talk about pumpkin seeds sprinkled with paprika. Okay, so they like it in Hungary. Look, Vienna's right next to Hungary. Well, next to Slovakia. Look. No, in the heart of Europe, it's really funny. I'm surrounded by a lot of different types of cultures, and it's really amazing. You just cross the border, and it's like going to Rhode Island. A lot of people say, oh, well, look. Every place that I have been to around the world is the same. I don't care about the language or look, the food. I mean, I care about language. Look, you know what I mean? It's the same. We're all God's children. Look, I'm not Rainer 4321. Once again, the show is not religious. Do I believe in God? Yeah, I'm a Christian. But I recommend studying atheism, at least, well, I did it for a while. Study that stuff first, then you can become like M. Scott Peck, like me. When you get older, you can whatever. Accept or not accept, it doesn't really matter, because if you accept not to accept, you still have made a choice. That sounds like Rush. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Sigmund Freud. Yeah. That's right. I did the Zippo, but yeah, the earring. Look. If anybody has an update for Siggy, please let me know in the chat, because it's been like 2 months since I've heard from him. Okay, I gotta play a track. Oh, this is where it gets fun. Because YouTube tells me, they say, "Oh, you should play this," and it's usually the go-tos. See, that's thinking. The computer knows what I watched before, and then sometimes the algorithms push it somewhere else, and then sometimes it's a good idea. Mostly, it's just the same stuff that I play all the time anyway, which is okay, because I like the stuff that I look. This is why I love getting requests from people, because then it confuses my computer. They go, "Hold on a second. Blackie Fitzpatrick listens to just about every single style of music." Correct. I wouldn't want to have it any other way. I love notes, and notes love me. Okay, I have to come up with something now. I said Rush. Oh no. Should I play Rush? Maybe I should play Rush. Look, I have to play a Rush song that I never played before. This is tricky, because I think I've played all of them. What was that one? Oh, it was off of Permanent Waves. Well, if I find the record. Playlist. It was like a French word. Entrez-vous? No. Let me try the word E. Yeah, it was. Entre-nous. This is a great song. It's rare, actually. And I hope it sounds great on the air. You're watching the king of lo-fi. I'll turn the chat on.
Each other, each one's life another, no one is already. We live to one another by some slender thread. Each other, bringing in others to every victory. You're lost away apart, alone yet together, like two buzzing shells. Just between us, I think it's time for us to recognize that life says this sometimes they show. Just between us, I think it's time for us to realize the spaces in the oh just to each other. Love shining in the making fun now, it's all just between us, I think it's time for us to recognize if what it says we sometimes feel to show. Just between us, I think it's time for us to realize the spaces in the middle. Oh yeah. Reach out, baby, both from dreams out of trouble to see. So just like the rain, some people not choose one and not always
Just between us,
I think it's time for us to recognize different differences. We're so right with the
show just between us.
I think it's time for us to realize the space and difference. Oh, see the lonely man there on the corner. What he's waiting for, I don't know. But he waits every day now. He's just waiting for someone to show. And nobody knows him, and nobody cares. 'Cause there's no hiding place. There's no hiding place. Oh, yeah. And everywhere we go, he sees everything and nothing at all. Oh, when he shouts, nobody listens. Where he leads, no one will go. Oh, he's a lonely man there on the corner. What he's waiting for, I don't know. But he waits every day now. And he's just waiting for someone to show. Oh, nobody knows him, and nobody cares. 'Cause there's no hiding place. There's no hiding place. Oh, yeah. And me, I was just like all the rest. But something's got all the way too far to rest. Like a monkey that you need it. But do you love it enough to leave it? Just like a lonely man there on the corner. What is waiting for? I don't know. But he waits every day now. He's just waiting for something to show. What he's waiting for, I don't know. But he's there every day now. And he's just waiting for something to show. Too sexy for my love, too sexy for my love, love's going to leave. Too sexy for my shirt, too sexy for my shirt, so sexy it hurts. I am too sexy for Milan, too sexy for Milan, New York and Japan. I am too sexy for your party, too sexy for your party. The way I'm disco dancing, I'm on the morning, you know what? And I'm doing my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk, on the catwalk, yeah. I keep doing my little turn on the catwalk. Too sexy for my car, too sexy for my car, too sexy by far. I'm too sexy for my hat, too sexy for my hat. What you think about that? I'm on the morning, you know what I mean. And I'm doing my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk, on the catwalk. Yeah, I shake my little tush on the catwalk. Too sexy for my, too sexy for my, too sexy for my. I'm on the morning, you know what I mean. And I'm doing my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. Yeah, I shake my little tush on the catwalk. Too sexy for my cat, too sexy for my cat. What was that? What was a cat? I'm too sexy for my love, too sexy for my love, love going to leave me. Too sexy for the song. Scares me. That logic
Look. I can't say the title of this song because it's tricky. I have to read it. Hold on a second. Do. Hold on a second. So D-E. Do. Da. Of course, that was famous early stuff from the Police. Actually, I think it's on their, I want to say second, maybe third record. Look, they only put out 5 records. I should know this by now. It's early stuff. The video is really funny of them, actually. They look so young. I'm jealous in a positive way. Look. I know I got a small bunch of a crowd. You guys are awesome. Look. I'm against everybody's watching this whole impeachment stuff. I could care less. Okay, I watched a little bit of it, and then I got bored. Who do we have? We have Coffee Beans. We have Elena. We have Karen Blue. Look, and I have a lot of lurkers. I think the lurkers, I'll love you guys the best. You don't have to join the chat. Look, yesterday I did a show. I think I had also just like right now, 3 people were in the chat. And then when I turned it off, I checked out how many people watched it and it said 29. And I'm like, 29 people? Everybody comes in and they go, what's Blackie playing? No, I don't think anybody really wants to hear me talk. I don't know. I know Starscream came in, or Greenie, or Ghoulie, whatever she's called. And she was like, she said, Blackie, every time your show is on, it makes me happy. And then she left. So look, I can give it looks like I do that to 29 people. You can be happy for that's Blackie. Let's turn the channel. No, I had a funny show yesterday. That was good, actually, spontaneous. I think, Elena, I put you to sleep. I know I came on. I was a little bit later last night. Today, I know we have 2 hours difference. So for you, it's after 10 o'clock. Not so bad. But yesterday I did a show. I don't know. I started later. Today I'm coming on earlier because I'm watching this stuff on the news, and I just got bored, man. It's like it's in a circle. It's like the same. I mean, I like listening to lawyers for about 2 hours. After 2 hours of listening to lawyers talk, my head goes, thank God I don't have a photographic memory. Otherwise, I would have turned into a lawyer. I'm smart enough to learn how to play music. I'll take that. I feel comfortable as a musician. Look, people say, Blakey, you know. Look, everybody has the opportunity, I think, unless you're coerced. I think everybody has a chance to decide what they want to do with their life. When you're younger, for me, it's too late. I've already made my commitment. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm doing the rock and roll thing until I'm dead. Every time I try to divert off of my course, my original plan, when I was 15 years old, I knew it. Some people say, Blakey, you act like a teenager. Get over it. Blakey, you're too skinny. Jealous. Blakey, you don't have enough money. I'm not in debt. Look, I have a comeback for anything. I should be called the comeback kid, except I'm too old. I'll be the comeback man. Look, the Black Fish Fetish show is about acceptance. Look, I have a protection. Look. I have a protection on me looks like almost every single country in the Middle East has. You send a missile over, blow it up in the air, turns into pixie dust. Yeah, I pay attention to what's going on, but I'm not here to look. I'm not here to educate anybody about what's happening in the Middle East or what's that. Look. I'm not even here to educate you about music. If you like to hear different types of stuff, then I think it's pretty cool and stuff. But I'm really here as a distraction. I'm here as an optimist. I'm here. I like playing with words. You know, Elena says music is better. That's what I'm talking about. Look. I get my life. I figured it out when I was 15. Now I'm 51. Go figure. Look. In California, there's a joke. People talk about, oh, you're only as famous as the last thing that you did. Yeah, okay, whatever. So I produce a guy who's in Nashville right now, and he's going to record one of my songs in Bluebird Studios or Blackbird Studios, whatever it's called. So one of my songs is going to get recorded in Nashville. Ben's going to sing it. That's the last best thing that I did. That's what I'm doing now. People say, you act like a teenager. You're too old, too intense. Grow up. Huh? Give me a break. I've heard dumb things before in my life. I've really heard a lot of dumb things. But when people shoot a rocket over a border, I destroy it. Okay. Cheers from Vienna. No, the sad part is always worrying about collateral damage. And collateral damage is kind of what happens when you see people shooting bombs at each other. Missiles, projectiles. Look. Throwing rocks. Look. I'm a pacifist, I will say that. But I also know how to take care of myself if somebody gets into my face. Press thumbs up before you leave. Look, you're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick, the king of lo-fi live from the 10th district of Vienna, Austria. Look at this, the Blackie Fitzpatrick Library Studios. Hey, there's my book. Anybody wants to hear a song, just let me know. Give me a shout out. Otherwise, I'll just play music. Look. Coffee beans. I know everybody who look. I know I have a small, intimate crowd. Sometimes I have more than a handful. Sometimes I break 10. Sometimes the next day it says I had 100 people watching. It's the numbers are up and down and crazy, and I don't really care. I'm here to play with the English. What my mother likes to call it, the King's English. I'm here to play with the English language. And sometimes, look, once again, my show is PG-13. If you want to swear, do it in a foreign language. I don't care what language anybody speaks. Scheisse, skata, pushikurats. I really don't care. You can do whatever you want. You can do rated R, rated X in a foreign language, but on my show, please. My mother might be watching. My daughter might be watching. No, it's a challenge my mother gave me. I love that challenge. How can I speak the King's English and still be from Boston? I know when I have JB on, he's like, dude, man. He calls me that. No, he says, Blakey. It's so hard to be on your show because he has to pull back a little bit. And I'm pretty good at showing enthusiasm. I don't have to use like the F-bomb. That's only if, look, that's my Patriot missile. If somebody's shooting at me on the streets of Boston, then you kind of have to fight back. Them be fighting words. You have to use a certain different type of language to get people's attention. So someone shoots a rocket at you, you shoot a rocket back at it, blows up in the middle of the air, falls down, collateral damage. Whoops! I don't know why people even look like that. I never shot a rocket over a border ever. I don't start things. I usually like to finish them. I'm a good closer. I'm like a relief pitcher. Okay? That's why I'm a producer. Ben Arson starts it sometimes, and then I finish it. So it's I'm pretty good at that's a talent. I think it takes a lot of patience to deal with. I'm going to go back to the metaphor with an enemy, right? So you get whatever, right? I don't know who started it, but in the Middle East, it's always crazy glue. It's always been crazy glue, and they learned how to make rockets, whatever, after Einstein figured out that the Chinese had firecrackers or something like that, and everybody's worried about nuclear bombs. Oh no, it's gonna be the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine because I drink. No, it's not about that. No, I love playing with words, and look, I love Monty Python. Monty Python is great. I mean, that's a great. I love all that comedy. I was talking about All in the Family earlier. I don't care what it is. I love. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I love Austrian comedy. Sometimes it's hilarious. And yes, I speak German. I try not to, but I do. I actually try not to. But of course, yes, I can. Today, when I went to the store, I made a couple of really good jokes in German today. Elena, you'd be proud of me. Every time I go to the grocery store to buy my beer, oh, you want to hear me speak German? No, I had a couple of zingers today. It's just, I love doing it. And I'll be honest with you, the staff, they all know I'm from, actually, they think I'm from Holland. Yeah, no, Elena says, she wants me to, oh, no, okay. For you, I'll do it. But most of them, when they realize that I'm not from Holland, because my German is so good, they don't think I'm from Boston because nobody in the USA speaks German. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I ever met anybody from USA who speaks German. They do French as a last resort. Normally it's Spanish. Most people don't even speak Spanish, so it's English straight up. Most people don't even speak English. We speak American, okay? We speak Boston, or we speak Nylons, or we speak Miami. Okay, Mädel, für dich, ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch, okay? Ich weiß, dass du verstehst Deutsch. Ich weiß es nicht, vielleicht gut, vielleicht perfekt. Ich bin flüssig auf Deutsch. Und du kennst es. Okay, that's enough. Was that fluent enough? I don't want to piss off everybody else. Okay, everybody says that I'm from Holland. They don't, because my accent is too good. They go, hold on a second, you sound like you're from Holland. And I say, no, I'm from Boston. And they go, Boston? Nobody speaks English over there. So everybody thinks I'm from Amsterdam. And maybe it's because I have a joint in my hand half the time. No, it's not true. This is a cigarette. No, it's because of my accent. I sound like I'm Dutch. Yeah, you write to me in German. I'll write that. And please swear to me in German. Yeah, like girlfriend. I think I told you this joke already. I had a lovely conversation. Her name was Calista. I was at a house party, actually in my apartment on Venice Beach, Florida, and I was living there as a waiter. And and this Russian girl showed up. I think I told you the story, but I forgot her name. And but now I remember her name is Kalista. Beautiful, beautiful girl. Before she got the boob job, and she likes to go back to Florida a lot and stuff. But she's from actually Moscow. And she, I know I told you I'm not going to say it on my show, even though it's in a foreign language. Kalista. That's the name she told us. And was a K, Kalista. And I think that's what I remember before the boob job. And she, we were sitting at a party and stuff, and she started speaking in German, and nobody could even understand what she was saying. And I was like, that's his girlfriend. I said, you know, I speak German. And she was like, but trust me, my German was better than hers. But I kind of understood what she was trying to tell me. And I was like, okay, who knows? Maybe she's from Ukraine. She told me she was from Russia. Look, I didn't check her passport. Look, Kalista was really cool, and she was rather forward. And I thought to myself, what did you say? And she said, it's funny because it was in front of like 10 other people. Look, I can't say this out loud. My mother might be watching. I told you in private anyway. So, ich möchte dich fill in the blank. And I was like, huh? And everybody's going, what are they talking about? And I said, she's speaking German to me. Because everybody knew that I lived in Vienna there for a while. And they were like, what's she saying? And I'm like, I can't tell you what she's saying. It's rated X. And luckily, everybody left the party. And she said, Blakey, can you play me a song from the Thompson Twins? We used to have YouTube parties back before it was YouTube. It was called LimeWire and Napster parties. Now it's called YouTube parties. You're watching The King of Lo-Fi, and Kalista said, hey, Blakey, can you play me Thompson Twins? This joke is getting too good in my head. Thompson Twins. Hold Me Now. Dedicated to Kalista. Before she had the boob job. No, you're watching The King of Lo-Fi. And yeah, Murphy's Law is in England. Actually, we said that in the US in a day. But in England, they call it Sod's Law. And yes, that's a swear word, but it's not in American. So you're allowed to swear in British, as long as Americans don't understand what it means. But Sod's Law is a funny variation on Murphy's Law. And Elena, to clarify, maybe you should have dreamed of your dream job, and then it wouldn't be called work. Let's try that next time you get unemployed. Look. I dream of going to Nashville and working with Mr. Ben Arslan and making as much money as Hunter Biden. See, that would be my dream job. So if you're going to dream for a job, dream. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You got to send out the right message to the universe, right? I mean, I talk directly to God. That's what I pray for. I'm like, I know you're not. Look. The show is not religious. Send it out to the universe, right? I say this to all my atheist friends. I mean, agnostic. Look, begins with an A both ways. But Murphy's Law is some people believe it has something to do with hocus pocus energy and vibrations. And what do they call it? Projecting. Some people call it mirror. Boom, it comes back. And be nice. Otherwise, bad stuff will happen to you. And there's 1,000. Okay. 100. Okay. 50. Yin yang. Look, karma. There's so many different words that say the same thing, which goes down to Sod's Law, which is a play on Murphy's Law. But Murphy's Law is a funny one, and it's also rather complicated. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't read it to you. But Murphy's Law, wish. You got to be careful what you wish for. This is a pretend scratch. For example, I'm going to make a wish right now. I wish that 10 people would watch my show right now. Look, I've got this ego issue. Okay, I'm an entertainer. But I know here's where the Murphy's Law is. But I know that I'm like my competition is like every single news channel right now is showing the same guys saying the same stuff to the same people, and I got bored. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna just play music and BS and although it kind of actually what I saw in the morning was pretty cool actually. The morning in Washington was yeah, if Meredith shows up, she'll be able to make my numbers say 10. She's computer savvy like that. You can wish. Some people say, "Look, I know you're not religious, but some people say my show's not religious either." So I trust me, girlfriend. You're on my page. I wish to be a billionaire. Does it work now? Look, yes, it will work, but you have to wait. Sometimes you have to wait until you're dead. This is the trick. This is the knowledge that I have been given from the universe. You want to be a billionaire? Wish it. Wishes always come true. Sometimes you have to wait until you're dead. That's like it's in the clause of the Murphy Law document. Sometimes you have to wait until you're dead. And then it says, wait, again? You're starting to sound like Ben Arson. Look, have some patience. The Black Effect Fact Show is about acceptance. I never said everything was going to happen right now. A lot of things. Look, that's one of the first things I asked you when we started communicating in private. And you says, wait, Blackie. You said, who knows? You have to wait. So everything is kind of like a waiting game. But if you know what you want, and I know what I want, the billionaire thing, I never thought about the billionaire thing. I always thought about being comfortable, and I always thought I just want to play music. I got my wish. I never said the dollar sign. Maybe that was my problem. Now I'm wishing for money because I have other complications to try to get back to Florida to get my daughter. That's going to cost me some coinage. I'm being very honest on my show because I'm an honest guy. Paint something, then die. Yeah, Vincent van Gogh. That's the way it works. I don't care. I already painted. Look. This show is on record anyway. You can buy my book. There's tons of music about me. I've done like so much stuff. I could be dead right now, and as soon as I die, I'm going to be rich. Look, even as an atheist, one can believe in the soul. Can't prove it. That's also in the clause on the Murphy's Law. I said the Murphy's Law document is huge. I'm not a lawyer. I've had lawyers before. They're expensive. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. Well, see, Elena, you're getting your wish right now. Elena comes in. She says, my real wish is to survive. And she said, put in a small giggle. Hello to my lurkers. I see my numbers going up and down like crazy, Lou. Some people, they like it when I talk. Some people go, he's talking rubbish. Correct, I am. Everything I'm talking about is like, look, we're actually delving into metaphysics. So, and nobody can even prove metaphysics. So, the whole conversation is rubbish. But so is the other stuff that's on TV right now. So I thought, I could balance off the act like a yin-yang thing. I'm just talking about metaphysics. It's not like, look, lawyers are great. But you got your wish, Elena, because you're still alive. You're still breathing. You got a heartbeat. My wish was to, I wanted to play music, have a nice life, and I wanted to travel the world. Hi, Meredith. She's the one. Meredith, make my numbers go up to 10. I just made a wish that you would come on and make my numbers go to 10. See? Elena, I got my wish. See, this is how it works. Sometimes it comes quick. Sometimes it doesn't. Murphy's Law. Hey, and Meredith's ears were bleeding because we're talking about work. Happy hump day to you, Meredith. She says, hello, everybody. I just got back from a promotion interview. That's the type of thing we like in the Black Effect Fact Show, sharing good news. We're talking about wishes here right now. What should we wish for? And would that make our life happier? Or did maybe I wish for the wrong thing? So the thing is to backtrack. So we get to figure out wishing for something. Look, you got to use the right words. The universe is very, very strict. Once again, it follows Murphy's Law. So it has to, it's complicated. I know. I'm over 50 and I'm still learning. That's kind of cool, actually, huh? I'm not like an expert. Well, I'm an expert in music. That's easy, but I haven't figured out how to sell it. I never wished for that. I never wished to sell music. That's the thing. That's maybe one mistake that I made. It's not a mistake. I take full responsibility for all of my actions. I just never wished for it. I wish that I become a musical expert. I got my wish. I'm living in Vienna, so I got the world traveling thing. I got the music thing. I also wish to have a daughter. I got a daughter. She's beautiful. She's 8 years old and very smart. So it's like, I'm like thinking to myself, what I got to wish for now? So now I'm starting to wish for money so I can go back and get my daughter. But that's a long story. Some people know it, some people don't. I talk about it on my show, especially when I was drinking red wine. I stopped drinking red wine. I made a wish. Make it easy for me to stop red wine. Now I'm just drinking beer. Clink, which, by the way, is like weak. Okay, it's 5.2, but you know what I'm talking about. Do you think I can down a half a beer live on my show right now? Impossible. I sip it. It's for the look. Clink, cheers from Vienna. Correct. Elena says, you are a happy guy, Alec. Look, do I look like a complainer? I talk like Woody Allen sometimes. I talk like, look, think about it for a second. I talk like I'm complaining, but I have complete control over my emotions. It's like when I play drums. It's like I know how to play loud. I know how to play quiet. Like if I was a real freakazoid, I should play that song next. Thanks, Meredith. She's putting my numbers up. Yeah, press thumbs up before you leave. And hello to my lurkers. I know I got a couple of you guys hiding in there. Weak. Look. No, I said weak. No, it's 5.2. It's strong. It's what's weak. Look. This is a conscious decision. I drink this stuff like mega, super crazy glue slow. Although crazy glue dries quick. Look. Now, see, this is what I'm pretending, right? I pretend like I'm upset, and I do. It's just part of my routine. Or I really am a freakazoid. Look, when I met my third wife, I said, will you marry me? And she says, you're too old and too intense. And I was like, so what's stopping you? That's actually a true story. Girlfriend, make a wish, it comes true. Walt Disney, okay? When you wish upon a star, they're not talking about God, they're talking about a star. Okay, God made the stars. But I'm not here to talk about, look, I'm not Raina 4321. I like her, she's nice. She said my name twice. And I say her name like all the time, but she'll never come on to my show, even though I stopped swearing. No, I like her show. She's great. I like any YouTubers who JB is the guy who turned me on. Whenever I see people do shows, AC Cobra, sometimes he does, not recently. I haven't seen him recently. And there's a bunch of other, Harley Girl, it looks like she stopped too. A lot of people, like they get burnout and stuff. I'm still hooked on this. I've been doing this thing for 2 years almost. And I would love to do it every day. I'm only allowed to do it on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday because I don't live here. I mean, excuse me, I don't, look, this is the Morris's place. And she says, I'm too old and too intense, although she's older than me and she's more intense than me. Isn't it funny how people, look, go back to the mirror. If somebody tells you something, like you're fat or you're skinny or you're broke or you're whatever, right? I love it when people say, you're from Boston. I go, I know. How many things that I already know? Give me a break. Educate me. Murphy's Law. It doesn't work that way. For some reason, God puts people around us, maybe to educate. I love saying educate. Maybe to educate us. I don't know. I don't really question anything. I try to block if somebody's like trying to take a knife and stab it into my heart. I block it. That's actually a true story. A lot of people say, Blakey, you're so dramatic. All I'm doing is telling true stories. And I'm trying to do it in a funny way. I'm not sitting here okay, sometimes on the red wine, sometimes I got emotional. Right now, I'm just fun. Thank you, Elena. That's a nice compliment. I try to be fun. Look, I can look in the mirror and laugh like at any minute. any moment. All I have to do is look in the mirror and I go, because my soul doesn't reflect my cage. Keep up with me here. Oh, I can wash my hair. Oh, I put earrings in. Give me a break. You think this has anything to do with my soul? People get confused. They go, well, your actions are... You're not a judge. I'm myself. I'm not my... Look. I don't know how far I can take this on a philosophical level. Look. This is just my body. This is just my flesh. This has nothing to do. When I talk, actually, then I think you're getting more of the real Blackie. JB did what? I don't know. I can't remember what I said. JB does everything great. I love JB. No, he did a show last night, actually, and I was in his chat. He had a small, intimate crowd, actually, and then he got sleepy. Oh, maybe somebody else or something. Oh, Coffee Beans coming in. JB is the one who did what? He's the one who inspired me to start my show. If it wasn't for JB, I wouldn't be sitting here right now talking to you guys. I saw my brother go on Facebook. I thought that was cool. And I was watching a lot of JujuBot and Gramps. And I saw JB, and he said he was from Boston. And I wrote to him, in the chat. And I said, hey, man, I'm from Boston too. And so we started, chatting not in private. We started chatting just through Gramps and JujuBot. And he was like a mod there, and I wasn't. I never was. They don't like me for some reason. That's okay. And that's okay. They know who I am, so it doesn't really matter. And Amir's comes in. Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier. We work on electricity. Well, that's when now you're getting close. Because I can't really put it into words, but I like that one. That's better than what I could come up with in my head. Right now, I could just think of like the word spirit and soul. But electricity is more of what, because we're on Earth, lightning strikes. Electricity comes from the ground, goes up to the sky. It starts from the ground. We're on the ground like cows. And electrical, yeah. No. Look. Here's a word I haven't used: impartial. When one is impartial, and I'll swear in a foreign language. That means es ist mir scheißegal. Or that was for Elena. In Boston, we say, and I'll translate into PG-13. I don't really care. And that's the cool thing, actually. I really don't care. This is mir scheißegal. Huh? This is mir wurscht, we say in Vienna. That means I'll translate directly. To me, everything is sausage. It's funny, that doesn't really translate directly. It doesn't mean anything. But over here, this is mir wurscht. That means in Boston, I don't give a S 4-letter word or F 4-letter word. No, look. When I said the Black Perspective show is about acceptance, no, I'll backtrack. JB is my mentor. I saw him. He started the show up, and I was like, "Dude, man, tell me how to do it." And he was like, "I don't know. I just pressed a button." He had a different device than I did. And then I saw Harley Girl start up a show, and then I called up Harley Girl and L, and then they walked me through the OCB thing, and then I started doing the OCB thing, and then I got banned like really quick because I was playing videos. I had a really good show. You see my box on the left and my face, and then I would play the video over here, and the chat was going. I had over 100 people watching me at the same time. My show was a hit, and then YouTube killed me. And I was like, okay, time to come up with another idea. And then I turned myself into the king of lo-fi. I used to be the king of hi-fi, and that didn't really turn out. So YouTube says, nope, You can't do it. But we are talking about, once again, metaphysics. We're talking about karma, light, electricity, and all of God's creatures, even chameleons. You watch the King of Lo-Fi.
If I listen to your mind, would you say I'm a man without conviction? I'm a man who doesn't know how to say contradiction. You come and go, you come and go. Come, chameleon. Nothing was easy because you like my dream. And you used to be so free, I heard you say that my love was an addiction. Our love is strong. When you go, you come forever. You stay along. You stay along. Come, chameleon. Come and go. Come and go. Nothing was easy because you like my dream. We're going deep. We're going deep. That's my love. You're my love. That's my love. You're my love. I'm a man without conviction. I'm a man who doesn't know how to say contradiction. You come and go. You come and go. Come, chameleon. Come and go. Come and go. Nothing was easy because you like my dream. We're going deep. We're going deep. Come, chameleon. You come and go. You come and go. Loving will be easy because you like my dream. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Come, chameleon. Come and go. Nothing will be easy because you like my dream. One more I pray could bring it all home. And I'm far from home. All my home. Tell me of love. It's easy to see. It's easy to hard to get
Helden von heute shoppen wie, wo und wann sie wollen.
Oh, a German commercial.
Mit Mediamarkt.
It says buy stuff. Watching the King of Lo-Fi. Live from Vienna, Austria. Crank it up. It's in Lo-Fi, 100% USDA guaranteed.
I don't believe in an interventionist God. But I know, darling, that you do. But if I did, I would kneel down and ask him not to intervene when it came to you. Well, not to touch your hair in your head, leave you as you are. He felt he had to direct you into my arms. Into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms. And I don't believe in the existence of angels. Looking at you, I wonder if that's so true. But if I did, I would summon them together. Ask them to watch over you. Or to each burn a candle for you to make bright and clear your path. and to walk like Christ in grace and love and guide you into my arms. Into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms. But I believe in love. And I know that you do. And I believe in some kind of way. Though we can walk down, me and you. So we'll keep your candles burning, make a journey bright and pure, that you'll keep returning always and evermore. Into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms, oh Lord, into my arms.
Number one, that song is very, very beautiful. Meredith says, I'm allergic to the beach. I'm just telling you my story. But Meredith, stop making me fall in love with you. Steel Reserve is actually, if I had a day off, when I was in Florida, I was a waiter. I love the beach, though, I'll be honest with you. But Gulf of Mexico, which also touches Texas. But Steel Reserve, what is it, 7.1? Give us the number. I can't remember, but I know it's like mega. It's high octane. And I could do 2 of those suckers, and maybe, the 16-ounce cans. And I could do 2 of those suckers, and I would usually take a nap for about 3 hours. So I didn't care about allergies. I would just fall asleep and worked on my suntan. And so I didn't care. Look, I love Steel Reserve. Steel Reserve, it's actually a clean beer. I never got headaches from it. I mean, one time I had 3. And then I couldn't really do that much stuff. But usually, for a laugh, if I wanted to, I said, do the trick. I mean, to take a nap, and I would wake up and what am I gonna do? Go to the beach, have a couple of normal beers, and I'd be like, you know what? I want to kick it up a notch. And they had the store right on the beach, the Beach Mart, and I would go there, and it was cheap. Yeah, correct. But it's from Texas. It's actually, I like it actually. I mean, I can't drink it all day. If you drink it all day, you get serious issues. Oh, burn, freckle, repeat. Okay, you're a redhead or something. I'll put you underneath the palm tree, okay? You can have your. I'll sit in the sun. We both take a nap. You can be under the palm tree, and I'll be in the. Look, I'm Irish, but I don't have that many freckles. I don't freckle. I just get a tan. And but the Steel Reserve, we have that in common. Yeah, sit underneath the palm tree, babes. Oh, it's only 6? Okay. Is it 6.0? I thought it was more than. I mean, mine's 5.2, but I thought it was 7 or no. Maybe I'm thinking of British stuff, which is really strong. I know it's strong, and if I drink it fast on the beach, it's like I have 2 of those. I'm taking a nap. I'm like, man, it does the trick. I may have forgotten how strong Steel Reserve is, or you have a different version of it. I thought it was higher than. Is it 6.0 or 6. What? Freckle. I don't know. I can't see. I think you are redhead. Okay, because Isabella. She told me the same problem. She says. Blakey, I don't tan. I only freckle. And I'm like, huh? Toucan Sam? That's funny. Now we're playing with words. Look, I told you a couple of times I do 3, but that's usually when I get liquored up. And I'm not here to promote getting liquored up. But two of those suckers, it's better than taking a sleeping pill. And every time I woke up, I never had a headache. So I can't remember the company's name, but Steel Reserve is the label. But the brewery, I don't remember. But I remember it's from Texas, and I remember it's dirt cheap in Florida. And there's more alcohol, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting this stuff. And I would grab 2 of those suckers, brown paper bag it, go to the beach, and no, it's a super deal, and it's clean. They put in the good stuff there. I don't know what they do. Oh, we got a request here, Zach Williams. Oh, very cool, very cool, very cool. I just want to talk about beer for a little bit before I play your request, Meredith. And once again, stop making me fall in love with you. Are you really on this private? I mean, should I put you on? I know. Look, half the numbers here are probably from you anyway. Let me know when you want to go on through Messenger. That's how I put your voice on the thing, and you can block your 6.0. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I know I have a time delay on the chat thing here. I thought it was stronger. Okay, mine's 5.2. So I'm gonna drink faster than you. No. And even they have what do they call it? I'm gonna forget the name right now. Special Brew. And there's another one from Carlsberg, Tenants. I can't remember. There's 2 companies, and they got stuff that goes up to 9%. 9% for beer? Cheers for Vienna. I remember, this is a true story. I remember busking. Actually, I was bottling. I was, doing the gypsy thing and playing guitar on the underground on the cars itself, right on the subway car. And I had a guy who was bottling, my buddy, Wesney. That's another story. JB, if you watch this later, sometimes my shows get banned, sometimes they don't. I don't know. Hello, YouTube. I love you more and more every day. I'm saying the same thing about you, Meredith. My YouTube experience for the last 2 years has been awesome. I've made a lot of enemies, and some people stick around. But here's my short story. He says, "Look, it's my show. I can do whatever I want." And we were playing on the. I was playing guitar. Sometimes I sang. Mostly I didn't. I just play guitar. And I'm playing guitar. I play a song. You go onto the car, and then the bottler, who's my buddy, and he walks around with a hat and he says, "Spare some change for the music." You know how it works, right? Spare some change for the music, like in like Oliver, right? It's spare some change for the music. And so I had my buddy walk around, and we made actually a lot of money doing that stuff. When I say a lot of money, I mean $150 an hour, split by 2. That's $75 each. Pretty good. Never feel bad for beggars. They make a lot of money. Yes, I'm a capitalist. And one guy, I remember, this is a true story about the strong stuff. And one guy says, "You guys are great," and he gave us 1 beer. Okay, this is just 1 beer. And I says, "Hey, Wesme." His name is Mark, but his name is Wesme. That's a long story. You have to buy my book and you'll figure it out, or not. You have to Google it. But Wesme is a funny name. And Wes and I said, "Look, it was my show." I said, "Let's take a break." And then he says, "Hey, somebody gave us it wasn't Steel Reserve, but it was like this 9% stuff, Special Brew. I think somebody can Google it. How strong is Special Brew? I'm doing a show, so I'm not going to do it. But a Special Brew, I think it was really strong. And the 2 of us, we got off on the platform at the next subway station, and we sat down and take a little break. Trust me, you sweat like a pig when you're running between car and working all the people. It's not easy to make $75 an hour, and you got to work for it, and you got to be talented. And yes, I had a bottler, so it was like, spare some change, make people feel guilty. I didn't like that part, but I did it only a couple of times a week, and we had enough money to buy beer. But this guy gave us a Special Brew. I think it's. I can't remember what company it was, but Carlsberg or whatever. But it's a big name, and they do this really, really Well, it's special. I think it's 9. I can't remember. And so we shared one. 9. Yeah, thank you, coffee. It's 9, and we shared half each. Look, and then it probably took us about, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. I know we smoked a couple of illegal cigarettes on the subway platform, as you do when you're drinking that stuff. But I had a half a pint of this special brew stuff, and I was like, bomb lit. I couldn't believe how crazy glue I was. I was like, man, this stuff really, really works. But I did have a headache a little bit later. So that's the thing I'm talking about. But with Still Reserve, I actually find that stuff rather clean. But if you have 3, you get a headache. If you have 2, it kind of works. Also drink water when you're doing the high octane stuff. Thank you, coffee. That was really cool, actually. I thought it was 9. My memory serves. Wow. By request, Zach Williams, Chainbreaker. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
If you've been walking the same old road for miles and miles, if you've been hearing the same old voice, tell the same old lies, if you're trying to feel the same old holes inside, there's a better life. There's a better life. If you got pain, he's a pain taker. If you feel lost, he's a way maker. If you need freedom, a savior, he's a prison shaking savior. If you got chains, he's a chain breaker. You've all searched for the light, day and day of night. We've all found ourselves worn out from the same old fight. We've all wrong things we know just ain't right. And there's a better life. There's a better life. God can. He's a pain taker. He's a way maker. If you need freedom, you say he's a prison shot, you say you're not changed. He's a chain breaker. If you believe it, if you receive it, if you can feel it, somebody testify. If you believe it, if you receive it, if you can feel it, somebody testify, testify. If you believe it, if you receive it, if you can feel it, somebody testify. You got it. He's a man changer. If you feel lost, he's a man maker. If you need freedom, you say he's a prison shot, you say you got you. He's a chain breaker. If you need freedom, you say he's a prison shot, you say you got you. He's a chain breaker.
Zach Williams with this song called Chainbreaker. That was by request. I hope it sounded great on your end. It sounded great on this end here, live from the Black J. Fitzpatrick Library Studios, situated in the 10th District. They say buy Hyundai. It's a good car. See, look, YouTube, you should love me more and more. I know I have a small intimate crowd here, and you guys are great. But tomorrow's going to say like 1 million people watched, and I know the numbers go up like crazy too. Look, I'm not new to this. I get it. I really get it. I got my first job as a DJ when I was 14 years old. And I would probably only get about 100 phone calls during my 3-hour show. Look, I was 14. I didn't study this stuff in university, but the guy who ran the radio station did. He gave me a show through my sister. Thank you, Gil. And I got a show because I love music. And I got the Wednesday night show every Wednesday, 7 o'clock at night until 10 o'clock at night. My mother used to drive me. I'm not embarrassed to say this. My mother always supported my career. And I did that for 4 years. And it was really, really great. So for me, this is always fun. I feel like I'm just being a teenager. People try to criticize me and say, Blakey, you're like a teenager. I mean, you mean the guy who does the Wednesday night show where there's only 100 phone calls? Well, here, do the math. We're talking about percentage points here. Yeah, I know Meredith likes to whine. Look. I used to be whining clock all the time. And I'm doing a challenge right now. So I stopped wine in July. And I'm only on the beer right now. But Steel Reserve, yeah, back in the net. Once again, coffee, thank you. Try to stay away from Special Brew. That stuff is really toxic. And no, I'm not going to play Britney Spears. Although maybe I should. Actually, maybe I should. I had another song lined up. Look. You guys in the chat are like, I know. You guys are awesome. The coffee says she's going to take a hike. That's okay, girlfriend. Thanks for joining the chat. And look. People on this, Meredith, stay with me. People are going to come and go. Actually, Meredith, now's a good time. Do you want to like call me on the messenger thing? You're on Steel Reserve, so you might actually be flexible right now. We could do a test. I'll put you on for 5 minutes, and I'll ask you about food and beer and music and stuff like that. A lot of people like it when I have guests on. Okay, I'm going to turn on my messenger. But I think you're one of my friends already on Messenger. I think if I type in the letter M, what shows up? There you are. So if I write to you, hi, can you read this? Is that you, or maybe it's a different Meredith? I have no idea. Or you're shy. Nobody's going to see your face. Actually, nobody's going to see anything right now. I have the small ones in the crowd. Everybody's watching the BS in DC. Hey, that was cool. BSDC. Look, it's up to you. I wrote hi. I don't know. Maybe that's a different one. If it's not you, then what you need to do is, if you want to come on, you don't have to want to come on. You asked me questions the other day. That's why I'm look, I'm trying to like promote, push the look. It is now 2117. Today's show is called A Tad Bit ... I'm going to clarify with this song. Oh, the knack of my Sharona. Look, you're watching the Black Expect Show. The King of Lo-Fi is now 2122. And hold on a second. We were talking about this earlier with Elena. Be careful what you wish for. I have somebody on the horn right now. Tell us your name and tell us your time zone.
Meredith, and it's Central Standard.
Hey, Meredith, what's on your mind?
Oh, it must be interview day, so you get to ask me the questions.
Okay, look. I could state the obvious. Okay, no, I'll ask you a question. I know right now we have a small intimate crowd, but you know there's the thing called the lurkers. Meredith, do you have a message for the lurkers?
I think that there might be one lurker.
But we're not sure, are we?
We're not sure. No, I don't. But thanks for watching.
Okay, no, that's a good message. Thanks for watching. Look. Meredith is lurker friendly. Meredith, do you want to tell me what state you're from?
Arkansas.
Were you born there?
I was.
Okay.
I moved away for a small time, but I'm back here.
Okay, my next question for you is: when did you get like really into this whole YouTube stuff and with chats and all that stuff?
I think it was 2 years ago, probably.
Oh,
I think I was on Next News Now or something like that, and everybody would say, "Oh, we're going up the Blackies. Oh, we're going over here."
So you heard about me through.
Yeah, it would kind of be secretive. So then it was a test to see who could find it and get there.
Yeah. There was okay. It looked like number one girlfriend, and I know I make this joke on my show all the time without talking to you, but now I can actually talk to you in private. Well, no, it's not private. We're public. We're talking with Meredith. I'm not going to say your last name. Should I say your last name? No. You're supposed to say no.
No.
My last name is not Fitzpatrick, okay? I know the drill. Meredith, you said that, hold on a second, you have a son or a daughter who wants to learn how to play guitar or something?
No, when you were talking about making money on the road,
yeah,
playing music, yeah, that's what I said. My son should do that because right now he's in school and he's not finding a job very well, and so we're having to pick up his rent. So
No.
he needs to do something like that.
How old is your son?
18.
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't start playing the street until I was 22, but Mr. Ben Arson started before me. But a lot of musicians hit the street, and you can, I mean, it's illegal, but you can make money.
Yeah.
The cops
You
usually,
should probably just hold up a sign and make money. I don't know.
no. It's better to actually play music or something. I mean, look, I'm an entertainer, as you know. And hold on a second. Do you want to share? Because I think I know already. Because I've been watching your name for almost 2 years, and actually no, I think what was your? Who turned you on to the crew to find me and JB and all that stuff?
It might have been in Cush's channel.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he still has his channel.
I don't know who he is, so I don't know that one.
It could have been Donna there, if you remember Donna.
Yeah, I know Donna. She was there in the early days for me. Yeah.
She was, yes. I think she quit back when all of everything got stirred up.
Yeah, I know. I quit for a while, Meredith. I quit. I mean, I killed everybody, and then
Yeah.
people had to come and find me later because I was like, you know what? I like doing this stuff. I like talking to people around the whole planet. And I never met. I'll be honest with you. I never met anybody from Arkansas. So you're. I'm sorry. You know the joke. I'm from Boston, so. I'm not gonna. My show is not political, but I want to talk about the Steel Reserve. I'm not going to ask you your age because I'm not supposed to ask ladies that. But when was the first time you had Steel Reserve? I'll be honest with you. I'll start. I had Steel Reserve the first time when I was 30, and I was like, "This stuff is the bomb."
Actually, it was recently.
Okay, so it's a new thing for you.
I picked it up at Walmart.
Yeah.
One of those big cans you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
and I showed my husband. I said, it's kind of cheap beer, but see what you think. And I guess he likes it enough. Then that's what he buys now.
no, it's good. No, trust me, I like it. Share with me the price, what it costs for Steel Reserve. Is it in a can? I'm guessing.
It's in a can, and I think the large can it wasn't over $2.
Yeah, I know it's cheap. They're giving it away.
It is cheap, and I think that you can get a 12-pack for $6 something.
No, I know that's cheap. No, in Florida they give it. I mean, I was on the Gulf Coast. In Florida they give it away, even at the gas station or at the Beach Mart. But if you go to the real grocery store, you get it for like nothing, and you get hammered from this stuff. You got to slow down. But I do enjoy it. Hey, is your hubby around? I'd love to say hi to him. I don't want him to think that I'm weird or anything.
No, he's not. He's actually working.
Does he watch my show?
No.
Oh, so you and
me. He has seen me watch your show.
Okay, I don't want. Look, guys from Arkansas. I don't want to piss off or anything. You know, I'm sure he can kick my butt.
Right.
I'm serious.
No, you shouldn't be worried because he doesn't want to travel out of the States, so you're good.
That's a good joke. Hey, Meredith Klink from Vienna.
Klink from Arkansas.
Okay, I'm going to keep on interviewing you. For anybody who's just joining, I know my numbers are going up and down. Meredith, are you making that happen, or is it just the way it is?
No, that's not me.
Okay, good. Hello to my new people. Join the chat here. I'm talking live right now with Meredith. We're talking to Arkansas. I'm sorry. Does it really piss you off when I say Arkansas?
No.
Okay. Kiwi Lover just joined
It's
the chat.
better than misery.
What?
It's better than misery.
It's better than misery? Oh, you mean Missouri?
Yeah.
Look, I'm a masshole, so I like to make fun of or I can say Tex ass, but I mean or Florida and look, I like and I think you talked about that in my chat a few times, or maybe it was coffee beans, but I think on the Black History Special we like to play with words in a PG-13 way.
Yes.
Okay, girlfriend, when did you realize that you loved music, and what was the song?
Well, I think I said this before. I stole my brother's Aerosmith one side and Black Sabbath one side tape.
Sweet. No, I know. Every time that like you and me have a lot in common, and that's why I make the joke. And don't tell that to your hubby. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm falling in love with you, but I know it has something to do with music. I had no idea you're from Arkansas.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to hold that against you. I'm going to hold your husband against me. Look, my numbers are like crazy.
I don't guess it matters where you're at because there's music that actually reaches down here in Arkansas.
No. Okay, let me ask you. Now I'm going to ask you a personal question. What song did I play for you? And I know the answer. And you said, I don't like that one, Blackie. My memory's pretty good, Meredith.
Was it recent?
I'll give you a clue, and I'll be exact. 3 months ago.
3 months ago.
I post-produced my show, so that's why my memory is still good.
I think you played quite a few of those that I just...
More Than a Feeling from Boston.
Go through. Where I would normally switch the channel, but I just keep watching it. But.
Okay, good. No, when I played More Than a Feeling from Boston, you said, Blakey.
Oh.
That song is played too much. And I'm like, I don't care. I like it.
Yeah. Boston is one of those that is overplayed, at least.
No, I remember it was you. And I was like, Meredith, cut me some slack. I'm from Boston. I like the song. Carol has just joined the chat. We're talking live right now with Meredith. We're talking to Arkansas. Meredith.
Hi, Carol.
Yeah, Carol's in the house. Kiwi lovers in and out. Everyone's talking about these hearings. Did you watch any of this impeachment stuff today?
I went for this job interview, and that's all I was thinking about. And even though I'm home now and could do that if I wanted to.
You found me instead?
Thankfully you were on instead, and I didn't have to sit through that. But my opinion, I think it's all a big show.
Of course. No, of course. Karen Blue also says, hello, Meredith. Karen has just joined the chat here. Everybody's coming back. They hear your voice. No, people don't want to hear me. They want to hear you, girlfriend. Keep on talking about. Look, I know my show's not political, but I know everybody in America is really talking about this subject matter right now, and the whole impeachment. I'll agree with you. What the impeachment thing is kind of. I'll be honest with you. I like listening to lawyers talk. You have the floor. What's on your mind about this impeachment stuff?
Like I said, I think it's all a show, and I don't think Clinton was impeached, and what happened to him?
Nothing. He got more popular.
And there were people that said they didn't care what he had done, and my mom even said, he is such a great speaker, and kind of like Obama is such a great speaker, just almost sweeps people off their feet with things that he says. And I think that Trump does the same thing, but the other aisle, or the other side of the aisle, where it's not so eloquent. So then it brings out all of these people that are tired of being eloquent and want some action, and I can't say that we're going to get any of that.
No, I don't see it on my end. I like the word that I watched the hearing a little bit today when it was in the morning for your time, and they kept on using the word stalemate, and that's kind of they were talking about not just Ukraine and money and all that stuff, but right now the Democrats and the Republicans are at a stalemate. Ever since President Trump got elected, looks like not. Some things are getting done. I don't want to exaggerate to prove a point, but it could be so much more. And it's. What's your feeling in Arkansas? Hold on a second. How do you really say the word Arkansas?
Arkansas.
Oh, I said it right. Good. In Arkansas, I'm trying to be funny again. In Arkansas, what's the feeling? Are people happy? At least in your area, your surroundings. Don't tell me your exact address, but what are people talking about?
Right, and I don't talk politically with people much anymore at all, so I don't know.
No, that's
I
look,
just
look,
find that it divides so much.
yeah, I know
so many.
it's very
you know?
divisive. It's very divisive, and Meredith, and I agree with you. I can't even talk politics with my girlfriend half the time. My girlfriend, people who I work with, the only one I can talk politics to is Ben Arslin. Ben Arslin was very, very happy with Donald Trump, and he's not afraid of the mafia talk. And I don't care if my president talks like he's a mafia boss or whatever. It doesn't really bother me. I mean, and I agree. And I heard what. Well, I'll say it this way: what you said about Obama. Is he a good speaker? Yes. Because you know why? Because he pulled the wool over everybody's eyes, and everything that he did not. You know, he said he was going to stop wars. Did not happen. Now I'm turning into JB. Oh no. Okay, let's change the subject. Meredith. Okay, here's my next question for you. Once again, if you're just joining us, I see my numbers going up like crazy, or going up and down and whatever. Meredith, in Arkansas, what do people think about having surf and turf? I mean, look. I mean,
say about that, but yeah, we eat like everybody else.
No. I'm just saying at the same time. So I've heard people tell me that you're not allowed to have like whatever shrimp cocktail and then have a filet mignon. I like both, but if they say it's bad for the digestive system, can you enlighten anybody about what you know about surf and turf at the same time?
I don't think it's all that popular because you can't find it on the menu at a lot of restaurants. It would be either one or the other.
Okay. No, when I lived in Florida, I was on the Gulf of Mexico, but everybody wanted to have a steak, and it was very, very popular to get surf and turf on the menu. Yeah. I think they advertise that stuff for Applebee's. Don't you guys have Applebee's in your neighborhood?
We do.
Okay, they have surf and turf. They're advertising it right now. Is it healthy or is it unhealthy? At the same time, for one eating.
I think it depends on how much you eat.
Well, look, girlfriend, I'm a super skinny guy. I don't eat that much. I always have a takeaway box, to-go box, or whatever you call it. I always put it in I wrap it up in tinfoil and put it in the fridge later because I can never ever finish anything. Carol comes in the chat and she says, "Surf and turf is great." Meredith, can you read the chat?
Yeah.
She says, Carol says, "Clink for me. I'm at work." Okay, look. So tell us about your job.
Well, I work for the highway department.
For the what?
The highway department.
The highway department. When you whisper, you're quieter than the fan that the Walrus bought me for this thing.
Yeah.
The highway department. Look. So you're like a government official.
Yes, only at work.
What? Only at work?
Only at work.
Okay, clink. Clink for Carol. Carol, Meredith is on the Steel Reserve. Now, are you going to have one Steel Reserve or two?
Probably two, but I do have to go pick my son up from school, so it may be after that.
Okay. I got you. Well, I'm going to stay on as long as the Walrus doesn't come home and kill me. But how long have you been together with your husband for?
We just had our 23rd anniversary.
Awesome. Super awesome. Meredith, you sound really, really sweet, and I love your music choice, and I love everything about you. And I make the joke when I say I'm falling in love with you. But I
know.
No, I do that with everybody on my show and stuff, even guys. And look, I think everybody knows I'm straight, but I'm going to ask you, do you have any advice? I'm coming up to my 5-year anniversary with my potential 4th ex-wife. How do you keep it going? I'll cut in. I'll cut in. I need to clarify. I get it that you're really great. I told you I'm falling in love with you. But if your husband is a jerk, how do you get through it? Because sometimes the Walrus thinks I'm a jerk.
Well, I guess you have to know what you're there for a few years. I mean, just seriously here. For
No.
a few years, I was here for our kids.
Okay.
And for a few years after that, I was here for other reasons. And then I think you have to know what to put up with, what you can put up with, and what you can't.
Okay.
And thankfully, we have some of those things that match.
Yep. Of course. That's otherwise it would not start. Keep going.
Right, but in between there, I did have an affair that he put up with me for. So there.
Meredith, I love your honesty. I love your honesty. Next time you want to have an affair, let's talk in private, okay? Not on my show. Look, as I get older, people tell me I'm supposed to flirt. When I first got married, I thought I was supposed to be a Puritan and stop looking at other women. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I in my first marriage, I went 8 years, and I was like, this is great. And then my first wife left me for some guy, whatever. It doesn't really matter anything. And I was like, oh, okay. And then it happened, strike two, and then I got strike three, and now I'm with the walrus, and I'm trying to make sure that I don't get strike four. Give me some more advice, babes.
Yeah. Well, I think that you have gone through enough time to know by now.
Yeah, I know, but I'm always looking for. Look. It's 2019. I'm looking for
Are you looking for a way out or a way in? I don't know.
a way in. I don't want out. I want in.
Have you this? I don't know. What are her feelings about it? Have you proposed?
No. It's only been 5 years. I'm not that quick.
Yeah.
After 3 divorces, I'm not that quick anymore, girlfriend.
Yeah, but 5 years, I hear you should date for a year to know.
I told look.
Right?
No, correct. I actually I wouldn't say for me. For me, it was always 3 months. And with Isabella, after 6 weeks, I told her. No, I'm serious. And I've been doing this my whole life. And then with Isabella, I told her after 6 weeks, I said, I picked you. So I don't want to call that a proposal, but I said, I picked you.
I don't think that you have to be married. I think if you want to be with her and you know that she wants to be with you, you feel that.
Yep.
You know that you can get through anything and you can flirt with people and she's not intimidated by it. That's the kind that you want.
But this is, and part of me thinks I'm going to get lucky on this one. But how old were you when you got married, if I can be personal?
I was 22.
Okay. He wasn't like a high school sweetheart. Where did you meet your husband?
No, he wasn't. I moved up following my parents because my job didn't work out in Little Rock.
Okay.
And
are you a city? Are you a city girl, or are you from the suburbs?
I lived in Little Rock. I'll never live there again. And
I believe you.
I do not want to live in a big city.
I believe you.
I went through Little Rock when they had, in the 90s, when they had all of their gang stuff going on, and I'm done with that. I don't have to look over my shoulder anymore.
Good. I know what you mean.
I don't have to walk in and lock the door right away.
Girlfriend, I know. I lived in Boston in the 80s, and it was fun.
Oh, yeah.
It was fun. Yeah, I know. And
no, I'd like to live in the country now, and I like to have our garden and our chickens and whatever else we want without people driving by looking at us.
I know what you mean. Hey, and please say no, but don't call me rude. How old are you, babes? I was born in 1968. You sound young.
You're the same age as my brother.
You sound younger than me.
No, I'm 45.
Yeah, you
I'm
sound
45, and I've probably said this before in the chat.
I believe you. You sound younger than me. But I love your accent. I hope you like my accent.
I don't know how I come across. I don't think that I sound like a hick, but
no, you got
where I'm around.
You have a mild twang, and you use different words, and I love the way you talk. I'm trying to flirt with you, babes.
Yeah, well, I can turn on the Southern, but
No. Look.
I don't do that too often.
No, babes. I'm not. No, it's not about that. When you come back after you picking up your kid, you come back and then you go on to your second stint reserve. I'll call you back and then you can put on the twang as long as the walrus isn't here. But I'm thank you for guidance about how to keep a walrus in your own home.
I have one more thing to add about favorite songs from when I was a child. I did live in a small town growing up, and we did just have, one rock station out of Shreveport. And so she became my best friend later. She moved from North Carolina and introduced me to The Cure and to Sinead O'Connor.
Very cool.
And those were thereafter, some of my favorites. And I was very thankful that, my repertoire was widened after that.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, I talk about it on my show a lot, but when I became a DJ at 14, I couldn't believe all the music that I never heard on the rock radio stations. And I was like, whoa. So I got exposed to a lot of crazy music, which I actually fell in love with. And, one of my best friends is the guitar player from The Cure right now, right?
No.
Now you do.
No, I do.
My brother tells me I should brag about this stuff. But I tell you, when I living in Vienna here, I feel like I'm in the countryside. I'm actually from Western Massachusetts, and I moved to Boston when I was 17. It was an eye-opener for me. And I had enough of Boston after about 5 years. I was like, I'm out of this joint. It's too dangerous. I have to always watch, like you say, watch the corners, and it just was. And I was like, pfft. And then I moved to London, and I was which is also tough, but it was half as tough as Boston. And then when I moved to Vienna when I was 23, I was like, wow, kids can walk on the street in the city without their parents, with no worries.
Have you been there that long?
No, I've been on and off. I've been traveling around the world. So it depends on when somebody calls me up for work. So I'm back here for work. No, I'm serious. And so I'm like Boston, London, Vienna, Florida. And I bounce around between those 4 different places. And right now I'm in Vienna. Who knows where I'm going to go next? But I'm trying to keep the walrus with me. And that's why I love asking. Most of my friends are girls. I'll say it this way. Look at my chat. It's only girls in my chat, right? Most of the time, it's always girls. But no,
You've got a few guys, yeah.
Yeah, I know, once in a while, but not right now. But most of my guy friends in the chat, they're all watching the impeachment bollocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I tell you, it seems like we're gonna just have so much more to pick up and try to put together after all of this. After people realize, that we're all we have. Correct.
No. When I talk on my show, that's right, I'm doing a show now. But when I say I'm not political show, yes, I like politics. But when I say the joke that I don't vote, I actually don't vote. I stopped voting. That person I voted for was Dukakis. Now I'm showing my age. Yeah, I'm 6 years older than you. And but he was the governor from Massachusetts, and I thought, I'll vote for him. And that was the first and only time that I ever voted. And my guy lost. And then I saw the Bushes and the Clintons and the Obamas and the Clintons and the Bushes, and everybody's like, and I just thought to myself, disgusting. And so for me, when President Trump came in, I was like, let's try the Irish Mafia. Let's check it out, or Scottish, wherever he's from. I'm like, let's try it out. Can't be any worse. Everything else is a circle. I don't care how anybody speaks. And so I didn't vote for Trump. But do I like him? Yes. And I've said that on my show many times.
Yeah. Well, I won't hold it against you.
Okay.
I don't dislike him, but I do think that, like I said before, I think that it's all a show, and I can't say that I think our votes matter, except for locally. I think that we're more accountable locally.
Correct. No, that's true. I agree with you. No, I think every single president is a puppet And I know Trump is trying to do it in a different angle, and sometimes he's winning, sometimes he's not. He knows how to work the stock market. It's amazing how much the stock market went up.
Yeah, it makes it feel safer to put your money there, doesn't it?
I know. I mean, I hear all these stories and stuff, and you know, and I saw what happened. I was living in Florida when Obamacare came in, and it was amazing. I got a free phone, and I got free food. No, it was amazing because I had a kid, because I had my daughter.
Yeah.
I didn't even have to make a phone call or anything. It just came in the mail. It's like, here's your money, here's your cards, here's your phone. Everything is free. And I was like, whoa. And I took it, and I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. And I was like, okay, good. Now, when is he going to stop the wars, and when is he going to clean up Chicago? Guess what? None of that stuff happened, but we got a bunch of free stuff.
Yeah.
And the stock market didn't move. And now the stock market is like doubled. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay, Trump's pretty good with mathematics. I'm a musician. What instruments do you play?
Mostly the flute.
Ah, you're like my sister. My sister's a flautist.
The penny whistle for
Okay,
Irish
cool. I
folk.
like penny whistle.
Yeah.
Okay. What song should I play? I'll let you go, babes. You can come back later whenever you want. Yeah. You're always welcome back to the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. What track should I play?
How about Happy Trails by Van Halen?
Okay, hold on a second. I mean, I know the title. I first
Whatever it's called.
I first thought of Van Halen. Which one do you want?
Happy Trails.
Van Halen or who?
Is it Van Halen?
They did a cover of it. Roy Rogers, I think. Roy Rogers is the original. You want Van Halen or Roy Rogers?
Van Halen.
Girlfriend, stop making me fall in love with you. Thank you for being on my show, girlfriend. Meredith.
All right,
Okay.
thanks, Blackie, and everybody.
Okay, Meredith. My last question. This is called me flirting with you. What's your middle name?
It's Meredith.
That's your middle
I'll
name?
tell you my first name.
No, you don't have.
I go by my.
No. I know
name.
my sister is Jill, but that's not her first name. Nobody knows her first name. And I'll be honest with you. My middle name is Whittier.
Oh, really?
My birth name.
So I don't know your last name.
Nobody does. If you want to research it.
I don't know if I believe you.
Look. You want me to show you my birth certificate? No, I'm telling you.
Then I'd know your last name.
My last name is very hard to find on the internet, but you can find it if you really, really try. I'll give you a clue. Go look at the Florida court system, prison system. You like that joke?
Right.
It's true. That's the only place we can find my real birth name. But I'll be honest with you. My first name is Alec, and my middle name is Whittier. Blackie Fitzpatrick is my pen name. That's what I wrote my book about. When I write stuff, it's called Blackie Fitzpatrick. When I do my show, I'm Blackie Fitzpatrick. That's my artist name. But Whittier is actually my middle name. So Meredith, I'm Whittier. Whittier says, thank you so much, Meredith. We love middle names.
All right, I'll talk.
Okay, Meredith, thank you so much. Happy trails. Whoa! This says buy stuff. Here we go. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. That was great.
Who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and think about sunny weather. Happy trails to you.
Look. I did not know that song was so short. I had to grab another brewski. Of course, that was Van Halen with their trick. Oh, I should have looked at the time. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Looks like I screwed that one up. Oh, no. Thank you, Meredith. That was a great interview. And you're welcome back to the Black Fitzpatrick Show anytime you want to come on, especially when you're drinking Steel Reserves. Look, no, stop making me fall in love with you. That's a joke. Half. Don't tell your husband I said that. I know he can kick my butt. The Black Fitzpatrick Show is about acceptance, and it is about music. I know I put hashtag beer, but happy trails. Hold on a second. Happy trails means bye-bye. I don't want to say bye-bye, but if I do, I want to take the long way home. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Hope it sounds great on your end. Thanks again, Meredith. Awesome interview.
And the men who hold high places must be the ones who start to mold a new reality closer to the heart, closer to the heart. Blacksmith and the artist reflected in their art. They forge the creativity closer to the heart, yes, closer to the heart. The young boys and the young men, each must know their heart to show a new mentality closer to the heart, yes, closer to the heart, yes.
Rush, by request. That was for Carol. Look. I'm having a hair issue. Okay, it's better now. Look. I'm like Donald Trump trying to hide my bald spot. Look. Look. Once again, great interview with Meredith. And we're getting breaking news here. Mr. Ben Arslan says the recording is going to start on Friday at Blackbird Studio here in Nashville. Kings of Leon is booked in the same studio at the same. I'm going to have to play Kings of Leon right now for Mr. Ben Arslan. Ben, if you want to come on my show, all you got to do is look. There's now 2205 here in Vienna, Austria. The Walrus isn't here, but I'll be honest with you. This is I don't know. This might be one of my best shows. And Meredith, like, I love your accent. Nobody's going to make fun of your accent. Your accent is gorgeous. Okay, that's what we say in Boston. Okay. Well, if you went to Harvard, look. This is pretend. The deal is, this is also pretend. Look, what's look. Do I have to spell everything out? No, Ben, that's look. That's great news. And Actually, maybe I should play this one. No, I think I'm going to play this one. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Ben, this one is for you. Hope it sounds great on everybody's end.
Don't make a sound. I know the water. I want the motion.
You're watching the Black Respect Show, the King of Lo-Fi. Look. Let's see if we can make this one work. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick. Look. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. Tell us your name and tell us your time zone.
My name is Ben Arslan, and my time zone is Central Time, USA, the United States of America.
We're talking in Nashville. Mr. Ben Arslan, what's on your mind, buddy?
Wow. I'm really tempted to actually swear.
My show is PG-13. Swear in a foreign language. In a foreign language.
Since I'm not allowed to swear.
Swear in Hungarian. Look. Swear in Turkish. Swear in German.
I'm going to swear in a foreign language. So.
Do it and do it loud.
Verfickte Scheiße nochmal.
Good.
Scheiß mich an, Alter. So the thing is, I'm recording at Blackbird Studio, and I am actually going to spend the money. I know it sounds crazy, and I can hit myself for that, and
I told you drop it. Yes, Ben. Last night I told you drop it, so I say yes. Drop it means drop the cash. Drop it. Yeah. Do the drop. It's called the mafia drop. You drop the bag, and they pick it up, and then you get what you want. So And hold on a second. They're actually in the studio right now, Kings of Leon?
Yes.
Now I have to want it. Now I want to swear. Let me say it in a different way. Home slice. That's awesome.
I'm gonna post that. Listen to me. I'm gonna post that on Facebook, and everybody would go crazy and go, "Oh my God, Ben is actually meeting up with Kings of Leon." I mean, I'm not meeting up with them, but
you will in the break room. You will in the break room.
What's that?
You will in the break room. When you guys have breaks, you're gonna hang out. You're gonna be hanging around with Kings of Leon. That's mega cool.
Well, the meeting and the recording is gonna last only 12 hours, so.
Well, that's a whole day.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to meet up with Kings of Leon, and plus they have their creative moments and.
Look, you guys are gonna look, Ben. You got to share the same coffee machine, okay?
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen.
I know you stopped smoking tobacco, and I think that's great. But you know what? You probably might have a spliff with Kings of Leon, a pure marijuana spliff, which is okay. How fat would that be?
Well, that would be
fat.
That would be a dream.
Fat.
That would be like.
Fat.
Hold on a second.
PHAT. Fat.
Well, let me please talk.
Okay. You have the floor.
Hold on a second.
I'm excited too, Ben. I'm excited too. Make sure you record everything.
Exactly. No, I'm gonna have my cameras around me 24/7. 12/7. But hold on a second. Wait a minute. This is like if I'm actually meeting up with Kings of Leon. I mean, I'm shaking right now. But if I'm actually meeting up with Kings of Leon accidentally, I mean, I understand that they have creative time and it's their moment of creative moments, and they want to be left alone, and they want to have their own space, and because they're stars, they're superstars.
Yeah, but they have to have a cup of coffee and go out and have a spliff and all that stuff. That's where you get to chill out with them in the break time.
And I'm gonna buy myself one or two 6-packs of beer.
2.
2?
12 hours, 2. So you can give a couple away, all that stuff.
When I'm actually drumming, I'm not going to be drinking.
No.
But after that.
No, when you're singing, it's okay to get a buzz. That's fine. But who knows? You know, look, Ben, you can't believe how many people I got lucky with. When you were in a studio, a really good studio, when I was, give me 30 seconds. When I was in Boston, I got to have, look, I can't even tell you how many famous people played on my stuff when I was a kid. You heard some of my early demos and you were like, hey, that stuff is pretty good. I had famous people because they were in the studio and they were like, hey, can I play on your track? Maybe you can have the bass player from Kings of Leon play bass on Running Around This Town. Mofo.
No, they're not going to do
that. Look.
I mean, there's like 1% of 100.
I'm just telling you.
They're going to do that.
I'm just telling you.
99% chance of no and 1% chance of yes.
If you guys go to the coffee room and you guys share a spliff together and say, hey man, would you play bass on my track? I'd be really pleased. And he says, yeah, I love your stuff. If they listen to your stuff and they like it, trust me, this is how it works, man. That's how I work with so many famous people in the studio. You have the floor.
I'm crazy. Fick nochmal. Crazy.
Thank you for swearing in a foreign language. Ben, you said it's Friday. What time do you start on Friday?
We haven't set up a date yet, but it's going to be on Friday, pretty sure. Because
you mean time?
I tried to call the manager. He was not available yet, but I called Brian Clark, my producer,
Your producer guy,
for
yep.
this one song, and he said, "All right." And I asked him, "Do you do checks and bank accounts?" And he's like, "Yeah, we do that, but you might want to call Rolf, the manager of the studio." And
Well, call him before you get hammered.
so
Call
What's
him, call him up before you get hammered, okay? And
oh
if,
yeah,
and if you go in, look, you're allowed to get hammered tonight. Do not. Are you at the studio right now?
I'm near the studio.
Okay. Where are you at right now?
Taylor, the reception guy
Uh-huh.
who works at the studio.
Yeah, the guy you're couch surfing with right now.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
he's the receptionist of the Blackbird studio,
Yeah.
and his name's Taylor.
Yep.
And I'm staying at his place, and he's by the way, he's gonna take me a ride. I'm gonna have a ride with him to Pennsylvania on Saturday, and I'm gonna meet up with my Philly boy, my friend.
Okay.
Philly.
Cool.
And so
So
We're
recording
driving-
is on
we're driving
Friday.
to-
So that look, Ben. So recording is on Friday. That means Thursday. Please sober up on Thursday. Okay, sober up.
exactly, I mean, I'm gonna use their gear and I'm gonna use their stuff. Like
Yep.
their drum sets are. Oh, I'm sorry, I slipped. Their drum sets are really crazy glue good.
I know.
Great, and
So are the amps. And
so
is everything. You get all the gear.
look, this is original stuff. This is I'm playing at a multi-millionaire. This is all real stuff. This is real playground. This is no serious. This is serious stuff. This is no
Home slice. I
around.
know. Look, home slice. I know. And
This is no joking around, buddy.
I
And
know.
everybody thinks I'm joking around.
I
I'm not joking
don't.
around.
I don't. I told you drop the. I said drop the 4.5. So I don't think you're joking.
I think it's a good decision. I mean, the money, it really hurts. It really does.
I talked to Isabella the Walrus about this last night, and she said, "Yeah, Ben should drop it because you're there for a reason. You got the dosh, drop it." And the energy in that studio. Forget about Dolly Parton and
Oh my
Michael
God.
Bublé.
Oh my God, the energy in the studio. You can't believe. I mean, whenever I start recording, Kings of Leon is probably there right now recording. Like right now. I mean, I'm literally. This is. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Believe it, Ben. Believe
I
it.
can't believe Kings of Leon is in the same studio. It's one of my favorite bands.
I know they're great. Ben, I'm going to remind you. I think I told you, but if I didn't, I'm going to say it out loud on my show. But I'm talking to you private right now. The 3 B's: believe it, breathe, act bored. That means be super, super cool. Meredith is coming in the chat, and she says, just show up with a couple of Steel Reserves. Everybody's going to take a chill pill. Show up with a couple of beer. She recommends Steel Reserve. I also say it's good too. And hang out with Kings of Leon. Get the bass player to play bass on that song. Are you going to do Running Around This Town? What have you decided?
Yeah.
Good. So get the bass, the home slice. I'm sorry, I want to say the N word, but home slice. Get the bass player from Kings of Leon to play it on the track. Show him.
I don't know.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm from Boston. This is how I think. Okay, it's not impossible. It's a dream. I've been talking about this on my show all day today. Make a wish. I'm making a wish right now. I wish that the bass player from Kings of Leon will play on Running Around This Town on Friday. He's in the house already. All he's got to do is roll a fatty and chill out with you. And you're a cool guy, and they're cool guys. You're in the same flipping studio.
But look,
Make it happen.
They have their look. They have their security guards in the studio, and nobody's gonna they're not gonna let me do this. I think.
I know. Look. I know that part. But God already put you. Look. What's the guy's name who runs the front desk?
Taylor.
Okay, talk to Taylor. Taylor's your go-to. You talk to Taylor and say, you know what? I would love to be able to have a meeting with. Just hang out in the coffee area. Say, hey, can I hang out in the coffee area and get stoned with these guys? Trust me, they're all smoking fatties, and you get stoned with them and say, hey, man, buddy.
But I don't want to. I don't have a lot of time, so
You got 12 hours. You're in the studio. The 12 hours is a whole day. And they're going to produce it later afterwards anyway. But for the 12 hours of recording time, if you can, that guy can come in and like, trust me, in 5 minutes, he can put the track down in one take. It's 5 minutes of his time. He'll do it if he likes you. So impress them. Have a coffee with them. Smoke a blunt with them. That's what they call it in America. Smoke a blunt. You have your coffee. Everybody's rock and roll. You're in a place with energy, which is super crazy glue. And you know it because you can feel it.
It's fun.
And God gave you Taylor. God gave you Taylor, okay? God gave you Taylor. Wake up.
I'm speechless.
I know the 3 B's. Believe it, breathe, and act bored.
This is one of the biggest studios in the world, number one. Number two, the energy is twice as strong because Kings of Leon is right there, right now.
I know.
They're booked in the studio until January.
I know.
They're booked in the studio until January.
I know. It doesn't look to make a big record. January. I know how it works, man. I told you it was 13 days for one song. I told you this in the big leagues. And you never like when you worked with Geezer Boy. It takes a long time to make a production. So of course it takes months and months. People think that people pump out this stuff in 2 seconds. It's a lot of time and a lot of work. But people take breaks and they have coffee breaks. And and they have split breaks. So just follow the smell of weed, and trust me, you're going to find Kings of Leon. And become friends with a bass player and get him to play bass, because I can't be there. I'll be honest with you, who's better bass player, me or the guy from Kings of Leon? I don't care. He has the name. Take his name and put it on my song, Riding Around This Town, which you're going to sing. And if you have any questions about the key change,
I gotta tell you something. This song has to be labeled under my name.
No, it is under your name.
But
it is under your name.
Whenever somebody or MTV or somebody or Fox News is interviewing me, or ABC or Ellen TV or whatever, and I'm being interviewed, and they ask, how long did it take you to write that song? I'm gonna say 13 days. I'm gonna say that I wrote the song.
I wouldn't say that. Just say my song could. No, as a singer, it's always your song. Number one. Number two, half of all of Aretha Franklin's songs and Frank Sinatra's songs were written by other people. Nobody knows who they are.
So you know what? I'm gonna tell them that I wrote together with you. That's what I'm gonna tell them.
No, it's going to come out anyway because I
already. But it is true. It is true. And I wrote the drum. I mean, a little bit of the drums. I wrote a little bit of the lyrics. That's going to come out.
I know.
The song.
Yeah, so, Ben, I already copyrighted the song in the end of the 90s. It's already on AKM. I already have it copywritten. So it's my song. I said you can use it. So that's fine. You can put your name on it, like Sinatra and like Aretha Franklin and like Aerosmith. Do you think Aerosmith wrote Love in the Elevator? They didn't write that song. They get the credit for it. You get the credit for it. I don't care about that shit. I'm sorry, that was my slip. I don't care about that stuff. But legally, it doesn't really matter anyway. Of course, it's your name. We're trying to sell your name. You're hanging around with Kings of Leon. Back of the net.
This is breathtaking. I can't believe I'm doing this, man. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Believe it, breathe, and act bored. That's the 3 B's. Believe it. You said I can't. Every time that you say I can't believe it, remember that I told you, Blackie told you the 3 B's. First one is believe it. Take a deep breath. It's the second one. Breathe. Ben, show me your breathing. Monitor your breathing. You're a singer. Monitor your breathing. And the second one is act bored, which also means be cool or be blasé. Just be cool. Those are the 3 B's. Believe it, breathe, act bored. Period. I'm older than you. Show some common decency. Yes, you're on my show. No, Ben, it's very exciting. That's why I'm telling you to believe it, breathe, and act bored. This is the trick to get through stuff like this. Look, I've been through civil wars. I've seen stuff that you can't even believe. And I'm telling you, believe it, breathe, act bored. It's the same thing with giving birth. Well, oh, that's right, you never had a kid. It's the same thing with everything. When things get really intense, always the 3 B's. It's a trick. Believe it. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm going to be a father. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm in a civil war. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm in the middle of a drug deal, which might go wrong. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm hanging around with Kings of Leon. Believe it. Number 1. Number 2, breathe. Show me you're breathing, because you're not. I can see you stop breathing, and that's going to cause stress. Breathe.
No, I am breathing.
Okay, you're not showing it to me, though. Act bored. Act bored. Who cares? You're right. Look, man, now I can't speak like I normally talk to you. Home slice. That's my PG-13. Home slice. You're totally prepared for this. Just do it. Stop talking about it. Breathe and be cool. All you got to do is be yourself. Breathe. Be cool. And believe it. When you say, I can't believe it, that sounds like you're going into panic mode. Why can't you believe it? Oh, I can't believe it because I'm panicking.
I'm almost going to panic mode. But
I know. That's why I'm trying to calm you down. Believe it, breathe, and act bored. Listen to what your producer is telling you, because I'm your producer. And yes, you can take my song and put on slide. I told you I want slide guitar. Put some slide guitar in, and now I'm telling you I want the bass player from Kings of Leon to play the bass line that I wrote.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen, but there's
because you're not an optimist, but I'm an optimist, and I like to pray. And I pray to God, and I pray right now. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy great and glorious name. I pray that the bass player from Kings of Leon will play on the track that Ben is going to record on Friday. Thank you, God. Amen.
Amen. And if God doesn't want it, then
I see it. I see it. Look. I see it as an opportunity. Okay? I'm from Boston. Stop talking pessimistic like you're from Vienna. Who cares that you lost World War II? I won World War II. I'm an optimist. And I know you like it when I talk this way. Believe it, breathe, and be cool. Act bored. Be blasé. And get the bass player from you can do this one easily, man. Get the bass player. All you got to do is buddy up with him and get stoned and have a cup of coffee with him. Trust me, man. He'll be like, oh, wow, it's in the key of D. And all I have to do is major falling. And he puts a cool groove in, like Kings of Leon. Mega smash hit, man. And you and me are laughing our way to the Swiss bank. Okay? Slice.
Listen, I'm going to post this on Facebook. And I'm going to post this on YouTube and everywhere. And everybody, listen, all my haters are going to go, damn, I can't believe he's not doing this. And they're going to be so jealous. And I
forget it. Look. Right now, forget about Vienna. Forget about Austria. I know you're calling me. But I'm thinking about Nashville right now. Stay focused. Forget about Europe. You are in USA. Stay focused. Breathe. Stop thinking like a European. You are now on my land. Stay focused. Stay focused. Think like an American now. Stop thinking European. Oh, whoa. When I tell everybody in Europe, they're going to go, whoa. Forget that one. Is it really cool that you're there? Yeah. Is it really cool that they said yes? Yeah. They could say no to you, too. It's your name, but it's also their name.
They said Studio D, Room D is packed and booked by Kings of Leon. They said Studio D is not going to happen because I asked them, and I recorded Studio D. And they said, no, it's booked. And I'm like, wait a minute, by Kings of Leon? And they said, that's correct. I was like, give me a freaking break. But Studio A is going to be available for me, which is one of the biggest ones. So Studio D and Studio A are the two biggest rooms with the Neve consoles. One of them is at Studio A, and one of them is at Studio D. And Studio D is booked by Kings of Leon. I mean, I can't believe this.
Believe it. Stop
breathe,
saying this. Believe it, breathe, and act bored. The 3 B's. It's easy to remember. 3 B's. 1, 2, 3. You're a drummer. 1, 2, 3. Breathe.
Yep. I mean, you met David Bowie one time, right?
One time in person, I don't know, I met him, well, I saw him a few times, but one time where I had a one-on-one with him, yeah, that was pretty interesting. You know what I did? I believed it, I breathed, and I acted really cool. I was myself. I stayed myself. Just stay Ben Arslan. All you got to do is be Ben Arslan. Okay?
Yeah.
Just be Ben Arslan and breathe, because I know it's amazing when you meet like a prince or a queen or a king. Well, in your case, Kings of Leon. Just breathe. Who's more famous, Kings of Leon or David Bowie?
David Bowie.
Okay, so I was breathing, and I learned this trick when I was, I don't know, early 20s. I met David Bowie when I was like 28, and it was pretty intense. So I'm not trying to like diminish anything. I'm not trying to tell you that what you're going through right now is not like super awesome and super intense. I'm telling you, tonight you can get hammered. Tomorrow, you got to sober up. And on Friday, walk in there with your coffee, have a couple of beers, bring in the 6-pack, maybe a 12-pack. You can always go out later. And you gotta play this stuff in the key of D. The key change goes into C. Just to let you know. I guess that I rely on you. All you do, the new note is C. When you go to the key of D, it's C. It's C sharp. And then the note that changes, that's my key change that I wrote. It goes into C instead of C sharp. Auf Deutsch, that means cease. Goes bye-bye and it goes into C. So and if you ever get stuck with that stuff, I'll tell you how to walk through it. But I'm glad that you're doing that song because that means it's a no-brainer. Get the bass player from, oh man, that would be so cool. Reeves told me he would play on my music, but I never could pull it off because I was never in the same studio at the same time. So please make my dream come true. Pull it off. Get Kings of Leon bass player to play this song, which, by the way, I did not write. God wrote that song, Running Around His Town. I did not write it. I'm the one who penned it. I wrote it down, but I didn't write it, if you know what I mean. I'm the one who recorded it, but God gave it to me. I was sitting on a piano and I wrote that song.
Okay, so I'm recording at Blackbird Studio on Friday, and I'm going to be in the same room with Kings of Leon, in the same house.
Correct.
And they're going to record their album and their record. I'm going to record my single and my record at the same time, in the same house, in US and A. That's... Give me a break. But,
Breathe. Believe it. Breathe.
You should tell Jay B. He should be around by now. I should call him.
No, he's at work. He's at work. It's early.
I think he's about to quit. I mean, he's about to go home now. Whoa. I got a phone call. I'm going to call you back, all right?
All right, man. I'll play music and call me back whenever you want.
Thanks.
All right, man. Ciao. That's pretty cool, actually. Ben's obviously very, very excited, and so am I. But I never talked about this, or maybe I did. But the 3 B's is rather interesting. I don't know where I learned this trick, but I was young, and I was like, every time I caught myself by saying, "I can't believe it, I can't believe it," then I realized that I had a problem with my breathing. And I realized I was acting erratic. And then I was like, okay, so what happens if I do the mirror, the yin yang? This is obviously when I was studying. And I was like, okay, let's try the opposite. So if I say I can't believe it, that means I believe it. If I realize my breathing is erratic, I breathe normal, kind of like, meditation and stuff. And then if I'm like getting too excited, I think to myself, how about if I just be cool? Like the Fonz from Happy Days. Okay, sometimes the Fonz freaked out. Look, everybody freaks out a little bit. It's about recognizing it. And that's where it gets, and sometimes it is a challenge. But no, that was Mr. Ben Arson and a live chat. But I'm having a good show here. It is now 2237. You guys are great. I know I have big competition and all that stuff, but I don't really care. Hold on a second. I have my go-tos. And it's really funny, actually. Step by step, breath by breath, everything look, this is not about judging. I talk about this a lot on my show. Look, I ain't no judge. I didn't even study law. I think lawyers are funny. Yeah, I've been to prison. Defense lawyers, criminal defense lawyers, are very, very expensive. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. We'll be there. Be together. Woo.
Everybody wants to know what's going down. Now with the James got the chill with the Bobby Brown. Now I'm chilling much harder, as you all know, cause Bobby Brown was gifted with the video solo. Been on the mic for a long, long time. Guaranteed to bust up, stupid rock. Now I'm on the mic and I'm rocking real fresh. Everybody out there, don't talk less about me, because the rock is steady. And when I'm on the mic, they call me pretty, cause I'm ready to really get paid. And if anybody steps my way, they get slayed. My name is that's what they call me. Yes, I drive a 560 M60. And when I'm on the mic, you gotta see me. Driving down a block of the block and I want. And when a sucker MC's trying to drop my spot, and I'm rocking on the microphone, people gotta leave me alone, because I really don't care. Really don't give a damn. ain't probably not understand.
Bobby Brown, every little step maybe leads us to a wonder wall. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I hope it sounds awesome on your end.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you've heard it all before, but you never really had it down. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding, and all the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I'd like to say to you, but I don't know how. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. You're my one. Today is gonna be the day, but they'll never throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you got to do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads that lead you down are winding, and all the lights that light the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. You're gonna be the one that saves me. You're my one. I said, baby, you're gonna be the one that saves me. You're my one. I said, baby, you're gonna be the one that saves me. You're gonna be the one that saves me. You're gonna be the one that saves me.
Oasis with their song called Wonderwall. I tell you, life is fun as long as you believe it, breathe, and act bored. It's amazing what can happen. Enjoy your life.
Sunlight goes down every day. Dance when Lydia starts to play. She has a lot of ways to hide. Someone will help her to decide. The music is on, she's at this parade. Lovers start to fade. Dark in the seems like she could really use a friend. Ladies dance, it's alright. Ladies dance, that's the night. She won't never back down. It's too late. It's alright. Ladies dance, that's the night. She won't never back down. It's too late. It's too late. Trash out, the room begins to fill. Looks like tonight she cannot win. Rolling eyes, she finds a little nice. Realize that I'm beginning to cry. Ladies dance, it's alright. Ladies dance, that's the night. She won't never back down. It's too late. Ladies dance, it's alright. Ladies dance, that's the night. She won't never back down. It's too late. It's too late.
You're watching the Black and Fat Show, the king of lo-fi. We are live, look, live in Nashville. Mr. Ben Armstrong, you're back on my show. You have the floor.
I'm recording at Blackbird Studio in Nashville, Tennessee, Central Time, on Friday, with Kings of Leon being around in the same house, in the same studio.
That sounds like a great energy.
Same studio. And that's pretty great. am I supposed to tell you? I mean, I'm stunned.
What was it? What was that phone call you just got? You interrupted. We were talking earlier.
Oh, Germany. Germany called me. A couple of guys from DSDS wanted to know how I'm doing and where I am.
Why did DSDS care about you?
No, it's just two guys from DSDS.
Why does two guys from DSDS care about you?
They just wanted to call me up and see how I am.
Why?
It's two candidates. It's not the big guys. It's just the participants, young folks.
Oh,
they did not make it. They did not make it.
Two of your fans.
Just like
The two of your fans that who you met through DSDS. Okay, now I understand.
yes.
Okay, Ben, you have the floor.
I'm gonna play a song called "Running Around This Town," and it's gonna be called "Running Around This Town." And I am actually running around this town right now.
So the song works. Look, I wrote that song a long time ago, but it works for you right now, doesn't it? Funny.
It does, because I am running around this town.
Funny how God works, Ben. Funny how God works, huh? Mysterious ways, they say sometimes.
Well, yeah. The only thing that's going to hurt is the money part. But
It's not your money. It's the money from your mother. So whatever.
Well, it is my money because it's about my career, and she gave it to me.
No, I think it's a brilliant investment. If you're in Nashville and you have not really a serious cash flow problem, look. I know you come from Turkish and Hungarian backgrounds. Stop doing the gypsy thing. It doesn't hurt. God gave you this money, and now you're in Nashville. For some reason, you're in my life for I met you before I met Isabella. And I'm telling you, take the track I wrote a long time ago. But if you make it sound 2020 in Nashville with slide guitars, I'm going to say it again, plus the revamp, which we did exactly. You did a lot of changes with the drums, and you had a lot of great ideas with guitars. So make it. We'll make it 50-50. I don't care. It's going to be you and me working together. Well, I'm not there, but you're there. You're dropping the dosh. But it's a song that I wrote a million years ago. And but I knew it never got released. But I knew it was a hit. Except for what's that guy called in Austria? The one who's in charge of U3?
Alexander Carr?
No, U3.
No, he's not in charge of U3. Rosenauer.
Yeah, and for some reason, when I played that song, what's the name of that famous Austrian DJ that has no power, but Rosenauer does? Andy Knoll.
Yeah.
And Andy Knoll heard that song a million years ago, and he says, "Oh, he knows me. Of course, he knows me. I've been on tour with this guy like a million times, right?" And he likes me, and I like him. He's a cool guy. But he's the most famous DJ in Austria, but he can't play music that he likes. Why is that? So your job, you know the answer. That's a rhetorical question. You know the answer why. He can't play it, although he says he loves it, including Computer and Growing Red. He can't play it. Or Mosquito. Why? Because Rosenauer doesn't like you, Ben. Because of your Turkish and Hungarian background? I don't know. Maybe he's a racist.
Rosenauer is a Jew. Okay.
Maybe he's a racist. I don't know. But you are now fresh meat in Nashville, and you're going to have to drop a couple of bucks, and that's fine. And get the bass player to fucking. I'm sorry, that slipped. Get the bass player to play bass on Running Around This Town. He'll make it super awesome, man. And I don't care.
Around this town, babe.
Yeah.
Town, yeah. All right.
And you guys can revamp it. I don't care. You guys look. Look. I'm talking serious right now. I know I have a small one from the crowd. Essentially, just you and me.
How's the crowd? Who's in the crowd?
Nobody.
I want to say hello. Nobody.
It's just you and me.
Oh my God. Right now, town should be packed.
I know everybody's watching the Donald Trump impeachment stuff.
Oh my God. Give me a break.
No, that's what they're watching. No,
He's not going to be impeached. He's not going to be impeached.
I know he's not going to be impeached.
Number one, the Senate is not going to let it happen. Number two, he's too strong and too stable. Everybody's jerking around with him. So.
No, I get that part. You know, my show's not political, but you're allowed to talk about politics. And look, I'm like super open-minded, but I'm really, really excited. Also, like you, the 3Bs. If you want to have a couple of drinks tonight, that's fine. Don't get mega screwed up.
I'm actually going to meet up with the producer of Blackbird Studio tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Good.
Central Time.
Stay sober for him. I'll be honest with you. I would like to.
I'm going to buy him a drink. So
buy him a couple of drinks. I would like to send my WAV file to him. If he wants to hear my original version, that's fine. If he doesn't, he can hear the Deaf Like Betty version, which we did together, and that's fine too. But if there's any like technical questions about how to do the key change and all that stuff, I don't know. What instrument does this guy play? Your now producer in Nashville. What
guitar, bass.
Okay, he knows what he's doing. Okay, he knows what he's doing. Okay, good.
Yeah.
You know,
but that's what I want to. That's why I want to meet him, is to confirm. You know, to have the confirmation and to actually make sure that he's really okay.
Yeah.
So.
No, I was surprised actually. I'll say this again, but I want to say it out loud on record. I was surprised that Ravish, he heard Running Around the Town and he was like, I don't want to do that one. And then he picked Lydia, which I think is like super alternative. And I don't know. He always said he was looking for the harder side of Mr. Ben Arson. But if you do Running Around This Town in the pop version with a little bit of a country twang and slide guitars, you might break through, man. In that studio, with that energy, you might break through with that track.
By the way, I think you do have the version of me singing "Running Around This Town." Can you please send it to me? Because I have it, but it's in my bag, in my luggage bag, and I don't have it with me.
Okay, I can do that right now for you.
Please do.
Okay.
And, thank you for that one. I really appreciate it.
No, I think that's a JPEG, so I can send that one to you. But the other one is a WAV.
It's not a JPEG. It's not a JPEG, man. JPEG is a picture.
MP3. You know what I'm talking about.
MP3, exactly.
Look. I'm drinking
beer. Send me the MP3 and send it to my email and my Facebook. I'll send it to my Facebook.
I'll send you. I'm on Facebook right now. But
I think it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to work. Maybe not.
Well,
if it doesn't work on the messenger, just text it. Just send it to my email address. My email address.
Okay. I'm opening up everything. It's moving a little bit slow. You know, I have an old laptop here. It's from Tristan, right?
Yeah.
So everything moves a little bit slow. Hey, it says 55 friends of mine are actually paying attention. Okay, now I'm going to type in Ben Arson, that's you. And Meredith,
can you actually
Meredith
play
is
it on your
on,
show?
my brother is on. I'm sorry, what?
Can you actually play it on your show as well now by request?
No, let me send it to you first, and then I will. Okay, hold on a second. Attachments. It's on my desktop, so I'm going to attach it and send it to you. I think it is a MP3, so I can do that one. The other one, the one that I did, my brother sent to me as a WAV file, which is like mega huge, as you know. So that one I cannot send. But the one of you singing, I will send it to you right now. Hold on. And I'll play it on my show so you can hear it.
I need the singing one. I don't need the naked one.
No. Hold on. I know. I got two. I got three actually. I have the instrumental. I have the WAV, which is my old one, the original one. And actually, my original one is actually really, really good. But hold on a second. How do I find? I see Stoltz. That's funny. I think is it under Ben Arswin? Let me take a look. No, that's not getting me. Love is a good thing. Boy, Ben, how many songs have we done together?
Oh, a lot.
Okay, good. Just to let my audience
But
know.
I think I'm ready to make a record.
I know you are. You've been ready. Look. Okay, I have to try to find. I know I've played it before on my show. It's hiding. Oh, I now remember. It's on the DLB. Just like Betty. Okay, hold on a second. Bear with me. And also, yep, it says Ben running. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, good. Now I'm going to go back to Facebook. And ooh,
You can't send it. Maybe you can't send it because of an MP3. I think you cannot send it.
No, I think I can. Hold on a second. Bear with me.
No, because an MP3 is usually not working through the messenger.
Well, let's find out in 2
I
seconds.
had that problem a couple of times.
Hold on a second. If I go to DLB, Ben running, it says the file you have selected is too large. So you're right. Correct. So here's what I have to do. You want to hear it?
My email.
By email, I can do it?
Yes.
What's your email address?
Music.
Groove.
.groove @hotmail.com.
Okay, bear with me. I rarely use my Hotmail or my Facebook, to be honest with you. Nowadays, I just like everything is like YouTube or Facebook a little bit. But Messenger is actually what I'm kind of really using.
Music as an MUSIC.
Yeah, that's how we spell it in English, bro.
Period, like a dot, and then groove. GROOVE.
That was for all my fans, but I think as soon as I type in the letter M, it's going to show up on my computer. So I write a new message. And so, okay. So I can send big files on through Outlook. Like now they're calling whatever it's called.
MP3 is not a big file, but you can't send WAV files through you can't send WAV files through email either, because it's too big. So just send me the MP3 and we're all set.
I typed in the letter N and letter M, and it says Ben Arswin, Music Groove @Hotmail. So I'm going to send to you. Subject is running. Does that mean I can send you my original one too?
Yes, you can send me both actually.
Because I would actually prefer that the producer could hear my original and the Def Like Betty version, which is a little bit more like Tom Petty. And the original.
And maybe we could mix those two.
This is what I'm talking about. And put slide guitar in.
We could do a mix. Yeah.
And get the bass player. This file. Okay.
That would be heaven.
Now it says this file is too large to send as an attachment. Try sharing with OneDrive.
No. Okay, so you have to send an MP3.
I don't have the MP3s. All I have is waves.
Okay. Go to WeTransfer.
Hold on, bear with me.
No. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Hey, how do we do this? No. No WeTransfer, because I can't. No, that's not good.
Should I follow their advice? Their advice is upload and share as a OneDrive personal link.
No, I can't play waves on my phone either. So you're going to have to compress.
I don't see that happening, Ben. I don't see that happening, Ben.
Oh, I do. And I can assist you with that.
Okay, assist me. No, I'm willing and able. The king of two turntables.
Okay. Please follow my, what do you call it? My directions? No. Follow me, okay?
You can assist me.
Do
Yeah, you can assist me. Yes.
Do what I tell you now. Go to Google and type in wave to MP3 converter.
It says wave to MP3 converter Mac. I don't have a Mac.
No, okay, wait a second. This is Taylor, by the way. Hey, man.
Hey, buddy. What's up?
He works at Blackbird Studio as an intern.
That's okay. I work with Ben Arslan. I'm his producer.
Right on.
Look. Taylor, maybe you have some advice. How do I send a WAV file to you guys?
Yeah, so I think sending by email, sometimes the file can be too large.
That's what they're telling me. That's what they're telling me. Yeah.
Right. So if you have any sort of Google Drive or even iCloud, any cloud storage, you could upload it there and then send the link through email or text.
No, but there's a converter.
You could convert it as well.
Yeah, so just convert the song. Go to Google and type in wave to MP3 converter.
Okay, I didn't put in the word converter, but it says
Exactly.
it says converter Mac or converter software or converter Windows. I'm on Windows, so I should do
Thank you.
converter Windows, or the other option is converter download. Which one should I pick?
You probably don't have to download a program. There should be sites where you can upload the WAV file and it'll convert it and let you download the MP3 from the website. I wouldn't trust downloading just a random program.
No, it's not downloading it. There's
Right.
a public one. You can do that on Google. You don't have to download anything.
I'm just telling you. I wrote down WAV to MP3, and these are my options: Mac,
Okay.
software, Windows, or download.
No, just converter, and then press enter.
Okay.
And now,
Bear with me. Now it says onlineaudioconverter.com and a bunch of other stuff. I only have 10 million results.
online.
This one.
Oh, wait. AudioOnlineConvert.com, right?
Onlineaudioconverter.com.
Try that.
Okay.
Press enter.
That's the first one that came in there.
Exactly. And there should be a green box, right?
I'm looking. It says I have to accept, blah, blah. Now we see the green. It says, yeah, here, I'm in German. It says here beginning.
Yeah, so drop files here. Exactly. Press on that one.
I did. I pressed on here beginning. Now it says step 1. I'm translating
Klicken
from
Sie auf
German.
die Schaltfläche, um den Download zu starten und loszulegen.
You're watching the Black and Spanish show. This is live. Step 1 says weiter.
No. Drop file.
It says Schritt 1. Klicken Sie weiter. I'm in Austria right now, so I'm on the German thing.
Okay, can you show me the screen, please, on your computer? Okay, press weiter.
That's what I said, and that's what the computer
No,
told me.
please stay on the screen, please.
Look, I can't do both at the same time. I pressed weiter.
Klicken Sie auf Hinzufügen, um fortzufahren.
Now it says you heard it. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What's his name again?
Taylor.
Hey, Taylor. Can I talk to Taylor? Taylor, number one, is your mother and father in the music business? Are they musicians?
No, they are not.
What made you think about doing an internship here?
Yeah, so I was studying audio engineering and music recording in Arizona at
Okay.
a sort of trade school.
Okay.
And that was just basically, I grew up in my bedroom just self-recording, but I wanted
Cool.
to get the larger studio perspective.
Well, you
And that's why I came out to Nashville then to do an internship as the ending of my program.
it looks like you landed up in a pretty good studio, huh?
Yeah, it's a great place. It's
I know.
together. I didn't expect it to happen like that.
No, you got a little angel watching over you, and I think that's great. My second question for you: are you a Christian?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I grew up in like non-denominational Christian household. I had a great experience, but I would say in the past year, it's interesting. I've really I feel like I've gone beyond the bounds of what mainstream Christianity thinks about and considers. So I do have the utmost respect for everything that Jesus teaches, that core of the gospel, and that kind of lifestyle. That lifestyle and those values is everything that I hold high. But yeah, I guess what I'm just saying is my personal journey kind of goes beyond what I feel kind of goes beyond the group Christian experience. So
look. I'll be honest with you. I'm a Christian, but I don't really believe in Christianity. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I'm a Christian, 100%, but I don't necessarily believe in the word Christianity and the whole word religion and stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel.
Okay. My third question is: did Ben tell you that you're live on my show right now?
I think I got that connotation. He told me you were live streaming, and I think as I was talking to you, I think it was.
Okay. No, I think a lot of.
That's it.
No. Look, I have a small, intimate crowd. I mean, tomorrow's going to say 1 million people watching, but right now everybody's watching the impeachment. My fourth question is for you. My show is not political. Do you vote? I don't vote. Do you vote?
So my first chance to vote was when I turned 18. It was this past election. So I did want to vote because it only comes around every 4 years. So
Correct.
I did vote in the last election. Yes.
Very cool.
I don't keep up on much politics. I have other interests.
No, I believe you. I think music is one of them, and I think that's awesome. Did you start with like a 4-track, or how did you start recording?
I started in actually on my iPod. So just like beat making apps and sequencers.
I'm showing my age. In the old days, we didn't have computers to record. I had to buy a Tascam 420, but I like tape, and so does Ben. Okay, keep on going.
Yeah, so I moved on from there to Ableton. Just through the world of YouTube, I kind of discovered DIY production and dolls on computers. And I've been working in Ableton ever since. Music production. I was really into EDM, kind of gone into a mix of the electronic production, but mixed in with kind of indie electronic, so synth-based, but kind of varied beyond just the EDM. My focus is not dance music anymore.
Okay. Here's my final question, unless you want me to like grill you. But my question for you is, and I ask this question to everybody who's on my show. What was the first time? How old were you? And what was the first time when you realized I love this song and I want to be in the music business? Age and what song? Think about it. I'll give you 10 more seconds. I'm from Boston. I'm sorry, I'm an asshole.
All right, the first artist that came to my head was Tom Misch, and it's a song called South of the River. And
Cool.
even though I only discovered it maybe a couple years ago, it was around the time at the end of high school. Music production was my main hobby.
Cool.
About to graduate, I knew I wanted to continue in music, and that song is it's super groovy. It's Tom Misch is one of my latest kind of inspirations on my own music, and by then was like a point where I knew that I wanted to do music production and recording, and something with the creative input beyond just audio engineering. Although I wanted that perspective.
No, I understand. This is look. I'm older than you, but I know. Look at me, but I'm making a joke. But this is a joke about who's more important, the producer or the engineer. And to be honest with you, they're pretty close to each other. And I love production, and I also love pushing the buttons up and down. And we need to learn both of them. Do you have aspirations to become a producer?
Yeah, and I'm interested in mixing both the more legacy term of producer with the new term of producer. The new
Yeah, I know.
you know about that. Ultimately, I want to mix those two things.
Okay, good. Okay, so this is, and you can clarify. I'm over 50. What is the difference between being a mixer and a producer?
What's the first word?
What's the difference?
Mixer.
What's the difference between being a mixer or a producer? What's the difference?
Yeah, my opinion of mixing is that you're doing level adjustments. You're making sure everything sits, and sonically it holds up. All the instruments have their dynamic range in the context of the song. That's kind of my view on mixing. Producing, I think you have to have a sense of rhythm and musicality. You have to be able to write along with musicians, or write a track that a singer could sing to, or
Correct.
complete a track that a singer has written basic chords to, or guitar.
Okay, what instruments do you play?
I play guitar and primitive keyboard and synthesizer.
That's okay. I play primitive keyboard too, buddy.
Right.
Guitar is the hard one, but I can play primitive. I can play. Here's my joke. I don't know. I mean, you're young. Imagine all the people. Do you know that song? Living as a one. Ooh, I always tell people I can play piano as good as John Lennon from the Beatles. He's a primitive piano player, but we know how to. We like to play with notes. Tell everybody in my audience, how old are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm 21. Just
Good age.
turned that last month.
Good age. Happy birthday. That's a great age. I was 22 when I moved to London, and I was a primitive everything. And it's fun being young. Okay, here's my final question for you. When does I'm talking about like men. When do you turn into a real man? At what age? I mean, in America, we say 21. You can buy alcohol. 18. You can join the army. When does a man turn into a man? I'm asking. This is not a joke, actually. I'm curious about your perspective from Arizona. When does a man turn into a man? This is a personal question. I'm sorry, it's personal. When does a man turn into a man? I know you're a man now, but when does it really click? When does it really click? You're an engineer. When does it click?
I don't quite feel it, but I feel the very start of it. I see the beginning picture.
Thank you.
For sure. For me, it was when I moved out of my parents' house, and suddenly the responsibility of daily living and responsibilities, getting food, just like taking care of yourself, managing your time, and then also not. I'm still transitioning into that, being able to fully support myself financially, and that's my goal moving into Nashville, this new city for me. So for me, this kind of question of what it means to become a man, it's kind of like, you take personal responsibility for everything from your beliefs. Think you grew up in a faith, you take personal responsibility for it, like I said, daily activities and responsibilities, and yeah, I think that's the perspective that I have right now.
Are your parents proud of you that you're doing this gig?
Yeah, they've been supportive all the way through, and you know, neither of them are university graduates, so there was never any push that you need to do the traditional way. They were always supportive of my creative endeavors and all the time and hours I spent in my room doing a bunch of different creative things. They knew it would turn into a passion someday, and it has.
No, look, your name is Taylor, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can I call you Home Slice?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Look. My show is PG-13, so I'm not allowed to say what I would like to call you, but I'll call you Home Slice. 21 is a great age to become a man. 30. So no, look. I'm giving you a lot of leeway. That means 9 years to really get it straight, and you are like way ahead of the pack. You're 21 and you're in like one of the best recording studios in America.
He's a smart guy.
I know he is. That's why I'm talking to him. I'm sorry, Ben. I'm interviewing him. Look, you're on my show. No. I think you're a cool kid. Okay, here's a joke I've been doing on my show today. Taylor, what's your middle name?
It's Sean.
Hold on a second. Sean is always like the cool guy. But hold on a second. I like the name Taylor. But Sean is like, Sean always means like, have fun. My last question. How do you like to have, besides the music stuff? I mean, like as an alternative, besides all what's your way of having fun? You're 21 years old. You're in Nashville. How do you have fun? Don't tell me it's hanging around with Ben Arsling. You like that joke? You like that joke? Good.
A broader view would be connecting to communities with similar interests.
Correct.
I think that's important to feeling at home in a city. So I've been working on that. As far as fun, I'm trying to get out in nature more. I really like doing road trips that have a focus on camping and visiting just crazy like national parks and everything.
No, that's cool. That's cool. That's super cool. That's how you. Look. That's how you get grounded. Because in the rock and roll business is all like bright lights and smoke and mirrors and all. Right. And don't get me wrong, I love it because I'm in the same business too. But staying grounded, nature. You answered all my questions. Okay, here's how I'm going to leave this one. Sean. Sorry if I call you Sean. May I call you Sean?
Yep.
Okay, Home Slice. Ask me one question. Don't get confused. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. We're going to go back to this MP3 conversion jive stuff in a second, and you can hear the song. I'm still doing a show here. Ask me a question.
In your long perspective of being in the music business, that you mentioned a little bit about staying grounded. What's your biggest thing that you practice to stay grounded? Like trying to manage the world you can be fast paced and business mind all the time, and that's where a lot of Americans are at. And I think it's dangerous. So I guess for you, I'd like to hear what kind of really keeps you motivated to actually continue doing like business stuff. What's the core behind that?
Very good question. Sean, here's the deal. And I'm sorry, I do this trick with a lot of people. I call them by their middle names and stuff. I'm trying to get you to open up. And that was a great question. When I was 22 years old, I had a nervous breakdown, and I thought to myself, do I really want to stick with the rock and roll music business thing? Or do I want to get a job for the government and push a pencil? So that's a great question. And I had to make that decision. I made that decision in London. So I'm also a traveler like you, right? I left Boston and I was in London, and I was I had my 6-month visa. Ben's going through the same thing too right now. It's what am I going to do with the rest of my life? And as a man, well, for me, when I was 22, a young man, and I'm sitting in a foreign country. Well, I mean, Arizona to Nashville, it's also going to a different country. You know what I'm talking about. And look, but traveling, I love traveling, and when I had a moment in my life when I was 22, and I was like, should I really like keep going with this path? But I felt, here's the answer to your question. I felt, this is when I was an atheist. I'm not talking about religion. I felt something inside of my skin. And I said, I can't go back to the normal world. I'm really, really happy staying in the rock and roll world, even if it kills me, even if I get whatever happens to me. Look, I've had a lot of major record deals that Ben, I'm sure, bragged about me. It doesn't really matter. I'm not here to brag about who I am. I've had this and that, but I was like, you know what? This is where I started to become a real young man. I was like, I'm doing this. I got confident. I said, I love this. It's a job that I don't hate.
Yeah.
And that was for me, I think that's the answer to your question, is when I realized that I went past the point of no return.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I can't go back to the normal world that I pretended that I could do, which I'm also, Ben says you're smart. Look, I'm not stupid either. So I'm like, okay. And I was like, I went past the point of no return. And I was like, and it was a struggle for me. I'll be honest with you. I'm not saying that the same thing is going to happen to you. Maybe you already did it before me. I don't know. But when I was 22, I was like pulling my hair out a little bit. I'm like, am I doing the right thing? But that's why I asked you about your parents, because my parents always supported my career. Always. My mother's a piano player. My dad is in business. But my dad thought I was crazy until I got my first record deal. And right now for you, you got a record deal. Well, you know what I mean. You got a great gig. So you're in. So I think you passed the point of no return a long time ago. So have a great look. And thank you for taking care of my artist, Ben, because as you know, Ben likes to talk just like me. So look, there's one. Here's my sign up with you, Ben. You and myself have one thing in common. We love music, period.
Exactly. And you know what? I think you two should get together someday. Maybe the next time I'm going to America, I'm going to come here beginning of February.
We have one life to live.
I'll have a little bit of money left.
We have one life to live. I picked music when I was 15 years old. It took me a long time to figure it out. And I didn't get my first record deal until I was 27. And then my dad was like, oh, wow, you were right. Because I followed my heart. Because I went past the point of no return. Otherwise, I'd still be working for the government. And I said, no, I did have jobs for the government. I'm smart. I'm pretty good at math. That's why I'm a producer and a writer. And all. I'm really good at math. So I could get a job anywhere, pushing numbers and all that stuff. It's too easy. But I wanted to push notes around.
He's getting a call in his company. He's working.
Good. Okay, let's go back through this. How to download this thing.
Yeah.
It looks like I'm on my Blackie Fitzpatrick at Gmail thing, which I never use. Can you see the thing? What am I supposed to do now?
Wait. I'll send you the link.
Okay, this doesn't do anything for me.
I'll send you the link. What's the link for downloading the stuff?
I don't know. Hi, Kurt.
Oh, wait.
Look, I'm doing a show here. I'm trying to like multitask. It's not that easy.
Okay. What's it? .com?
Meredith says we prefer red tape to pushing pencils, less work. I know sometimes it's the way it is. Now, hey, Kurt. I'm talking to Mr. Ben Arson in Nashville, and we're trying to like figure out how I can send stuff.
What is it? Dash. Okay.
Look. Ben, I just pressed the button here. It's downloading.
Well, don't do anything. Wait.
No. Well, you're not doing anything, so I'm like trying to move faster than you.
No, I am doing stuff. Please. This takes a little while because my phone is slow. Okay?
No, I believe you.
Let me work.
I'm on 4G. What do you want? 3G?
You lean back. You lean back and do nothing.
No, I'm uploading Ben running around his town to you right now, and I'm going to send it to you.
What do you mean?
I'm just telling you, it's uploading on SoundCloud, and it's going to go to your email.
Don't do it on SoundCloud.
Well, it's working.
What version exactly are you talking about? You
Just
want
like-
to send me 2 versions.
Just like Betty with you singing.
But don't put it on SoundCloud because people are not supposed to hear the not finished stuff.
I don't care. It doesn't bother me, man.
I do.
I don't care. I'm your producer. I don't care. I wrote the song. I don't care. I want you to
I
hear.
want to talk to you about this because this is the digital world and
Look,
you're not supposed to hear it yet. Is it on Ben Arson? It's not on Ben Arson, is it?
no. I'm sending it to you in private email. Like Hillary Clinton. Don't worry, we won't get caught. If we get caught, we'll bleach bit it. My show is not political. I'm making a joke.
So you're sending it to me right now? How can that be? I mean, it's possible.
It didn't come yet. It's uploading.
Well, how did you manage to do it?
Because it said there was an option where I could press this button and then it'll be cloud to MP3. That's the first thing you told me. Okay, got it. Now I'm sending it to you. Now you got the one of you singing.
MP3?
It converted to MP3 through Cloud Drive or whatever it's called. That's what Geezer Boy was talking about.
Well, not SoundCloud, but Cloud Drive.
Whatever. I don't look. I'm old school, man. I'm
No,
old.
you gotta be exact about this, because
I just sent it to you. Did you get it in your Hotmail?
wait. I
Outlook.
have too much on my phone, so I have to delete stuff so I can get my email.
Okay, I'm gonna play this song while you figure it out. I'm gonna play this song anyway. So, but I'm gonna play
Okay, good.
I'm gonna play my version. Is Sean still working, or can he hear?
He can hear it.
Good. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show, the king of lo-fi. If for anybody who's just joining, yeah, we're doing a little bit of business here. All right, it's now 2, 3, 3, 4. This song is called "Running Around This Town."
Every time you call, keep on falling because you're not just feeling grown up, but you get it, even older. The sunlight shines, shining, makes you wake up in the morning, get to push up before your coffee's even over. I guess that's all the I keep on dancing. I see you tonight. Because you're not just a woman, but you get even older. So much you make you wake up in the morning. You do the shirts before your coffee's even over. I guess that's how you should check out the sounds just running around this town.
Whittier with this song called Running Around This Town. Looks like we might be running around Nashville. We have live on the horn, Mr. Ben Arson.
Hey, I'm trying to figure this out.
Did you get it? Did you get the link?
Working right now. So.
Did you get the link? I sent it to you.
I have it, but I have to download it. So
well, then download it and make it work. And I'll send you the version I just played right now. And for everybody who's watching, including my mother, Ben, say hi to Zoom Zoom.
Who's Zoom Zoom?
My mom.
Oh, hi, Miss Corwin. It's
Thanks.
nice to meet you again.
You're not supposed to say my last name. Just say hi, Blackie's mom.
Hi, Blackie's mom.
There we go. Now we're talking. Now I'm going to try to send this one, and it's going to tell me, oh, it's too big. And then I do upload and share on OneDrive. So now you're going to get my original version. This is the one I want you to play both songs to the producer on Friday.
I'm having a meeting. No. I'm having a meeting tonight at 8:30 with Brian Clark.
Well, then play the look. You're going to have both tracks. Hopefully, this one goes through as well. But if you don't have anything important to say, to be honest with you, I want to hear it myself because I'm also brainstorming with you, and I'm doing the 3 B's, Ben. Believe it, breathe, act bored. Is it exciting?
Believe it, breathe,
act bored. Look. This is the Deaf Like Betty version. This is Mr. Ben Arson singing Running Around This Town with Deaf Like Betty. Hope it sounds great on your end. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
They call me on the phone now, 'cause you're not just feeling your own now. You're getting older every day. This
Turn the child to shot that makes you wake up. In the morning you do push-ups before your coffee's even over. Yes, I rely on you. Yes, you rely on me. Running around this town, trying to feel the sound. Running around this town. Running around this town, running around this town, trying to feel the sound. Running around this town, running around this town. Feel like I wanna be a little boy, running around, feel so much joy, playing around with different toys. Sometimes life ain't easy, don't forget, 'cause this is all that you can get. Think about a better way. Yes, I rely on you. Yes, you rely on me. Running around this town, trying to feel the sound. Running around this town, running around this town. Running around this town, trying to feel the sound. Running around this town. Running around this town. If you want, we can do anything at all. Yes, we can do anything at all. So that's so fun. Running around this town, trying to feel the sound. Running around Running around this town, the sound. Running around this town, running around this town, running around this town. Trying to feel the sound. Running around this town, running around this
Death Like Betty, featuring Mr. Ben Arson on vocals and drums, and a lot of great guitar ideas. Ben, I like that version as well a lot. If you can show them both to your new producer in Nashville, we'll come up with a compromise and make it 2020.
Send me the other one.
I did.
No.
No. Look, it's still uploading. Let's see. Or whatever, downloading, or whatever it's called. But that one's cool too, right?
Yes.
Okay. So look. No, the one I'm sending you right now is my original one. But even if you only have, look, you do have the one that we did with Death Like Betty. My original one is the one that's mega huge file. I mean,
yeah, I didn't know what it.
A song is a song.
Number, so maybe we're upload out to me and send her through, so I can hear the number. Yeah, just about 50. I'm not sure what the question was about, so yeah. Okay.
You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. We're working in progress after commercial break from YouTube. What are we selling here? Oh, it's German. Oh, I love German commercials. They're saying Merry Christmas. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Here comes the second one. Show this shit with the producer. Listen to both tracks. Pick out the great shit. What is this something new? 2020, 2021. Who wants to fucking know good shit? Put everything in. Hold on, look, you have to pull out. Keep the fucking melody line going. Fucking nail it, nigga. Look. Oh, you're watching the Black Fish Special, the King of the Fighters. Now, 2350. Oh, no, the Walrus. I can feel the encroachment. But we are live right now in Nashville with Sean and Mr. Ben Arslan. Look. I know we get the time delay thing going here. You guys are great. Once again, hello, Zoom. She's coming in with a family secret. She said she used to hide the Easter eggs for me and my brother and sister underneath our baby grand piano. Yes, I grew up with music. Mr. Ben Arslan, did you get the track? Both tracks?
I have to look it up. Wait.
I sent you Whittier.
My phone has to work at the same time with everything else. But
Yeah,
you
Oh, look, I'll play another song. Figure it out. I'll play music. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I'll just play music.
Oh, wait. I haven't. No, I didn't-
Like. Nobody wants to hear boring stuff. They want to hear like Nirvana. Smells like Teen Spirit.
Please send it to me. You haven't sent it to me.
Yes, I did.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you. So you got both versions. Good. My job is done. You got a meeting tonight? Awesome. Nashville, running around this town.
Wait,
Ben Arslan.
Wait.
Look, Ben, I got requests coming in from like all my fans.
Where's the data?
Meredith used to play flute, Zoom, and yeah, I know I said that earlier in my show. Meredith plays flute. My sister plays flute. Look. Music is what makes.
But it's a WAV file. I can't download it.
Well, then figure it out. Talk to Sean. He'll figure it out. Talk to Sean. He's smarter than both of us put together.
There's two people at his company, so I have to.
No, take your
quiet
time.
now.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's why I'm going to play music in lo-fi before the walrus comes on. Hey, Ben, what song do you want me to play? You get the next request. Speak quick. Hold on a second.
Kings of Leon.
I already played that one. Meredith says she wants to hear Pink Floyd. Can I play Pink Floyd and then you can think about your next request?
No, Pyro from Kings of Leon. It's a great melody line and of the lead guitars. Please do, and then play the other one.
Hold on a second.
Pyro from Kings of Leon.
Tyrol, like T-roll?
No, Pyro. P like a Paul.
Pyro,
Or
like
Peter.
somebody who likes to light
A
matches.
as in
Pyro means somebody who likes to like.
Pyro. Why?
Yeah, I know what
P,
pyro means.
listen,
I already have it.
Peter.
Ben, I already have it.
Okay.
Pyro means teenager boys who like to play with matches. You're watching the Black Flute Special by request.
So beautiful.
It's a beautiful song. No, that is a beautiful song. That was from Mr. Ben Arson. He's still live on the line here from Nashville, Tennessee. Look.
And I'm gonna meet up with Kings of Leon. I'm maybe not gonna meet up, but they're in the same studio at the same time that I'm recording my single, and they're booked right now.
Ben, when you're talking to me, don't say my single, just say our single. I know you're paying for it. Say our single. Look, don't do the money game thing. Say our single. It has your name on it. Nobody's gonna know my name. But I have a small intimate crowd here. Show some common decency. Yeah. Okay, you're gonna say my song and it's called Your Single. That sounds a little bit like how the walrus talks. Stop being Austrian and be American.
In a way, it is my song as well because I wrote the drums and I wrote the second verse.
After I wrote the original, yes, I'd let you change. You don't have to. Look. I'm potty trained. Ben, I'm trying to get you out of diapers.
When it becomes a hit,
it's gonna say Beyonce, but Jay-Z wrote it. Yeah, I know. I don't care. It's gonna say Beyonce. I know how the business works. I'm older than you. Anyway, I'm just trying to look. I have a small, decent crowd here. My mother's watching right now. She knows that I wrote this song, so don't say my song. Just say our song. My mother's watching. Okay. She knows I wrote it. She heard that song 30 years ago when I wrote it. Look, Ben.
I'm Miss Blackie Fitzpatrick's mother.
Correct. You're learning.
I'm gonna be in the studio Blackbird Studio in Nashville, Tennessee. Here in Nashville, Tennessee.
On Friday.
On Friday.
You have a meeting
Friday.
tonight with the producer.
I'm gonna please don't interrupt.
Okay.
And I'm talking to your mother right now.
Okay.
I'm going to record your son's song, Running Around This Town, and it's going to be labeled under my name. And it's going to be beautiful, beautiful piece of quality and art. And on top of it, as a bonus, Kings of Leon, one of the most famous bands, is going to be in the studio at the same time.
And the bass player is going to play bass on the song.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm praying for it. Look, I believe in the power of prayer.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
But let's see how it goes. All right.
Ben, I'm going to play a request here right now for Meredith. She was great on my show. I had a great interview with her. She's from Arkansas. She's from Arkansas. I didn't know she was from Arkansas. If she told me, I forgot.
Now she's from Oregon, right?
No, Arkansas, Little Rock. Well, she's from a suburb. But this is a request for Meredith. She's 45 years old. She's happily married, got a kid, and all she does is the same thing that you and me and Sean do. And my mother, we all love music. But here's where it gets tricky. This is by request for Meredith. We are all BBB, the three B's.
Music. You're basically having a conversation.
We're all learning to fly.
It's a question.
This is by request. Pink Floyd. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. They covered it from. They covered it from Pink Floyd. Wrote it. This is the original. It's great. Tony Levin on bass. Tony Levin happened to be in the same studio at the same time as Pink Floyd. Called the bass player. And asked him to invite him to sing that because he was thinking he must sing that. I love to see the play on it. You gotta ask. Because the cost area is places are getting. And they got you'll fucking lock it up. That's a guarantee. You get on it. God, give me a break. Wake up. 3 B's. You got 3.
Thought of everything. On my way home, I'm leaving empty, turned to stone. Slow tension, slow turn to dry. I keep my eyes on the sideways. Time, twist that distant fire.
Pink Floyd, by request from Meredith. I haven't played that song, actually, I think, ever on that show. Did by the record, Learning to Fly, Tony Levin on bass. Classic Pink Floyd stuff, which never really got big on the radio. Oh, hold on a second. We have a Walrus report. I think the show is over. You've been watching the King of Lo-Fi. You guys have always been super awesome. Bye, Mom. Bye, Ben. Bye, Meredith. You guys are super awesome. Thanks for watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show, the King of Lo-Fi.